ఇక్కడున్న వీళ్ళందరూనేమో ఈ వాట్సాప్‌కి పంపిస్తారు ఇక లింకులన్నీ. బుర్ర ఉండదు వాళ్ళకి. చెప్తే అర్థం కాదు.
Because I hope everybody has taken it. Dr. Raj, are you audible? Good morning, sir. Dr. Raj, good morning, sir. Sir, kindly unmute yourself, sir. Sir, you are still not audible, sir. I think there is some network issue from your end. Right? Sir, can you try read out once again?
Hello? Hello, Venugopal? Hello? Hi, Venugopal. Hello, Venugopal, can you send the Zoom invitation to my Hotmail?
Now you are audible, sir.
No, audible, okay, but send the invitation to my Hotmail so that I can log on to my computer instead of cell phone. Confusion.
Okay, sir, we will be sending you the invitation.
Venugopal, hello?
Hello, sir.
Venugopal, can you send the Zoom invitation to my Hotmail?
Sir, sending, sir. Sure,
Ah,
sending.
send the Zoom invitation to my Hotmail so that I can log in through the computer instead of cell phone.
We are sending, sir.
Uh,
We are sending it.
okay.
No.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Okay, now it is good. Slides ఒకటి షేర్ అని వస్తుంది.
Everyone to kindly settle down. We are going to start it. Please don't make noise. Kindly maintain silence, students. Discipline committee, please kindly check at the back seat.
Slides ఎలా ప్రొజెక్ట్ చేయాలో
ముందర ఏదో ఉండే కదా
ఇది ఉంటుంది ఇక్కడ షేర్ మై స్క్రీన్ అని అలా ఉంటుంది.
అదే అది నేను కూడా మనకు అది రైట్ సైడ్ కింద పైన చూసాం.
ఇది కిందనే ఉంటుంది, దాన్ని బట్టం లేదు.
ఈ జూమ్ కొట్టండి, దాని అందులో ఉన్నట్టు
లేదు ఇది
ఇది నొక్కండి.
ఏముండదు.
సైన్
ఇక్కడే వస్తుంది కిందనే షేర్ మై స్క్రీన్ అని వస్తుంది.
ఇందులో జాయిన్ అయ్యే ఉన్నారు కదా.
నేనున్నాను, ఇంకా కనబడుతున్నాను.
ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మోర్ చూడండి,
ఉంటుంది అక్కడ ఆటోమేటిక్గా వస్తుంది. మనం స్లైడ్స్ ఓపెన్ చేసినప్పుడు ఇలా ఓపెన్ చేస్తాం కదా, అది ఇక్కడ ఇక్కడ స్లైడ్ షో షేర్ అని వస్తుంది, స్క్రీన్ షేర్ అని. షేర్ అది నొక్కాలి. కరెక్ట్.
ఇక్కడ ఉంది పక్కన జూమ్.
సార్ ఏముండలే, వాళ్ళే చూపి పర్వాలేదు, పెద్దది.
కింద వీడియో అనేది వచ్చింది, మీది ఉంది.
ఇది వాళ్ళ స్క్రీన్ అనమాట. స్క్రీన్ కనబడుతుంది. ఇక్కడేమో మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు, ఇక్కడేమో మనం.
ఇప్పుడు ఇందులో మోర్ చూడండి.
ఇదే ఒక్కలే, ఇంకా ఇప్పుడు అర్థమైపోయింది మనకి. దీని మీద ఒకటి వచ్చేస్తుంది,
దేని మీద
దీని మీద ఇదిగో షేర్ అంతే. ఇంకా జనాల కోసం కింద మీద పడుతున్నారు.
ఆడేదో మాట్లాడుతోంది ఎవరో,
ఎవరు లేదు, అది నుంచి చూస్తాను చూడు.
మైక్ పట్టుకొని ఉంది.
అవును, ఎందుకు ఇలాంటి ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేస్తారో నాకు అర్థం కాదు. ఎవరి పేరు సుమనారావు.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
మార్నింగ్. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm
All
good.
right. Okay.
Yes.
వాళ్ళే తగ్గించుకోండి వాళ్ళది.
అదే చదువుతుంది చదువుతుంది మనకు కనపట్టలేదు.
మన మ్యూట్ ఉండే
లేదు, ఆవిడదే మ్యూట్లో ఉంది.
మాటలు వచ్చాయి.
ఏదో చూసుకుంటుంది అంతే, మాట్లాడలే.
Kindly take your seat and kindly maintain silence.
మన వయసు ఎక్కువ పెట్టాలేమో.
మరి తగ్గిపోయింది.
కూర్చొని చూడొచ్చు లక్ష్మి.
ఇక్కడ వెనకాల
అంటే వీళ్ళందరూ కనపడతాయి నీకు, అందుకని.
అంత చింపేసి చుట్టూ అదే ఉంది.
పర్వాలేదు.
ఇప్పుడు వినిపిస్తుందా వాళ్ళది? వాళ్ళే
వాళ్ళ మ్యూట్లో పెట్టుకున్నారు వాళ్ళని, అందుకని మనకి వినపడదు.
Person, my hand is there. వాడు మాట్లాడడం మనకి మనం చేయాలి.
మనం మాట్లాడేది వినపడకుండా
మనం చేయడం కాదు, వాళ్ళు మనం ఎందుకు చేస్తారు.
your feet and maintain silence. We are going to begin shortly. Take your seats, everyone. Nutrition is no longer just about food. It's about how our genes respond to every bite we take. In the era of nutrigenetics, we are not just what we eat, we are how we are wired to eat. Good morning to everyone present here. On the behalf of Department of Nutrition and Genetics, Center's College for Women, Hyderabad, and in collaboration with Institute of Nutrigenetics, Coimbatore, I, Dr. Khushbu Vyas, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, warmly welcomes you all to our one-day international conference on the theme Next Gen Nutrition, Integrating Nutrigenetics and Sustainability. This conference brings together distinguished scientists, educators, and young minds to explore cutting-edge interface of nutrigenetics, technology, and sustainability in nutrition science. To invite divine blessings and set the tone for a meaningful day ahead. And let's begin with a short prayer. Now, I would call upon Ms. Hannah Jessie Francis Lee, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, along with the choir team to lead us in the prayer. I request everyone to kindly raise for the prayer. The Philippians, fourth chapter, 7 verse. Rejoice in the Lord always. I will again rejoice. Let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and by petition, with thanksgiving, present your request to God, and the peace of God transcends and all understanding will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God. But you don't get you won't get Be showers of blessing. This is the promise of God. There shall be seasons refreshed, and from the Savior above. Showers of blessings we need. Mercy drops round us are falling. But for the showers we need, there shall be showers of blessing. Precious reviving again. Over the hills and the valley, down of abundance of there's a fall. But for the showers we need, there shall be showers of blessing. Oh, that today they might fall. Now as to glory confess, now as on Jesus we call. Oh, The support, but for the showers we pray. But for the showers we pray. Now we move on to the traditional lighting of lamp, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. To one and all, we begin our program with the traditional lighting of the lamp, signifying the dispelling of darkness and the illumination of knowledge. I now invite our distinguished guests to come forward and raise the occasion by lighting the lamp. The Dean of Academics and Accuracy Coordinator, Dr. Sri Kalama, and Additional Accuracy Coordinator, Dr. Francina ma'am, and the Dean of Examination, Radha ma'am, and Janani ma'am, the guest of honor, Dr. Venugopal Rao, HOD, and and Dr. Fani, Dr. Anuradha madam, Dean of Administrations, please come forward and do the honors. Thank you. Ma'am. I request Isha ma'am and Tusha ma'am to kindly join us for the lamp. Thank you to all the teams and the facilities for joining us for Life of the Land. I request everyone to take their seats. Moving ahead, now I would like to invite Dr. Vedal sir, Head Department of Genetics, and Ms. Pani Kumari, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, to welcome our esteemed guest of honor today, Dr. Jani ma'am, with a shawl and a fruit basket. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to call Dr. D. Srikala, Dean Academics, IQAC Coordinator, St. Anne's College for Women, Hyderabad, to deliver the welcome address and formally begin the conference proceedings.
A very good morning to all our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers from India and abroad, and enthusiastic participants. My special mention and thanks to Dr. Jani, Tamil Vandan, Director, Institute of Nutrigenetics, Coimbatore, for your thoughts on this conference and being the driving force and facilitating this conference to happen and making your presence, ma'am. Thank you so much for this. And I would like to thank Dr. UN Das, President and CEO, UND Life Sciences, Ohio, USA, and Editor-in-Chief of Lipids in Health and Disease, for accepting the invitation and being a resource person at this prestigious academic event. And I thank all the resource persons who are delivering their expertise in the sessions coming up. On behalf of St. Anne's College, it's my privilege to say a few words about the college. St. Anne's College, Mehdipatnam, Hyderabad, is an autonomous institution under Usmania University that has been empowering women through quality education since the early 1980s. Proudly accredited with A grade by NAT in the recent cycle and featuring in 151 to 200 band in NIRF. College offers a wide range of programs ranging from traditional subjects like political science, history, public administration, economics, literature, botany, biology, mathematics, physics, statistics, commerce, management, undergrad and post-graduation programs, to the latest and contemporary subjects like medical sciences, artificial intelligence, machine learning, AI, data science, etc. This stands for the testimony of the college to offer the wide range of subjects to the students to keep abreast in the technology and developments in the society. And St. Anne's is a perfect place to connect arts, humanities, science, health, and all together towards sustainability in various aspects. At St. Anne's, we believe education is not just about learning, it is about inspiring change. Nutrition department and Department of Genetics always they think beyond and are for thinkers and bringing that to the forefront to the fraternity of the society. And this conference is a testimonial for that. Today's conference, Next Gen Nutrition, Integrating Nutrigenetics and Sustainability, brings together brilliant minds from science, health, and policy to explore how our genes and our food systems can work in harmony for healthier lives and a healthier planet. My hearty congratulations and appreciations to the Departments of Nutrition and Genetics for conceptualizing a conference on this most apt theme. May this gathering spark collaborations, innovations, and a shared commitment to nourishing humanity and safeguarding our health, our earth and health. On behalf of the organizers, I warmly welcome you all and look forward to the thought-provoking discussions, collaborations, and breakthroughs that will emerge from this conference. Our principal, Dr. Sister A. Jani, for her official duties, she couldn't make her presence here today, but she conveyed her best wishes and congratulations to the organizers and to all the participants, and she wished her happy learning to all of you. Thank you, and let us embark together on this journey towards the future of nutrition. Best wishes to all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shikara, ma'am, for your warm welcome. Now, with immense pleasure, I would like to invite Nasreen Begum, Head Department of Nutrition, St. Anne's College for Women, Hyderabad, to give us a brief introduction about the Department of Nutrition and Genetics. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kulku. A very good morning to all the dignitaries present here and my dear students. I, Nasreen Begum, Head of the Department of Nutrition at St. Anne's College for Women. It is my pleasure to extend you all a very warm welcome to the one-day international conference on Next Gen Nutrition, Integrating Nutrigenetics and Sustainability. The Department of Nutrition and Genetics at St. Anne's College for Women were both established in the year 1988. We have been integral to the institutions and legacy for academic excellence and innovation. The Department of Nutrition offers a comprehensive range of programs, in which includes BSc Nutrition Public Health, postgraduate diploma in Nutrition and Dietetics, and 2 years master's program in Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics. With qualified faculty members and well-equipped laboratories, Diet Counseling Center, the department seamlessly blends academic rigor with skill-based practical training. As a recognized IGNOU's Learner Study Center, it also offers certificate and diploma programs, also master's programs in nutrition field. Our alumni continue to excel in diverse fields across the globe in the field of clinical nutrition, food industry, research, and academia. The department has active collaboration with institutions such as Nestle India Limited, GM Lakshmi Foundation, and also with Institute of Nutrigenetics. The Department of Genetics offers undergraduate combination with chemistry, microbiology, and zoology, and it has been under the TPT Star Scheme college since 2020. Guided by the motto, Decode the Blueprint of Life, the Department of Genetics emphasizes application-oriented learning, providing students with advanced training in molecular techniques.
collaboration with prestigious institutions, including the Institute of Genetics and Apollo Hospitals, students of genetics gain enriched research exposure. The recent introduction of a postgraduate diploma in bioinformatics has further expanded the department's interdisciplinary scope, preparing the students for emerging careers in genetics, biotechnology, and healthcare research. We are also honored to collaborate with Institute of Nutrigenetics, Coimbatore, a pioneer center dedicated to education research in nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics. Founded by Dr. Jani, creator of Genome Wellness, the institute specializes in translating cutting-edge nutrient-gene interaction research into precise, personalized nutrition and lifestyle solutions. Through its specialized courses, workshops, and seminars, it equips graduate and postgraduate students, healthcare professionals, and corporate nutrition teams with tools to integrate precision nutrition into healthcare, fitness, wellness practices. Together, these academic and research collaborations embody college commitment in advancing knowledge, fostering skills, and reviving innovation at the intersection of nutrition, genetics, and public health. The idea of this conference was first conceived nearly 6 months ago, which was a small seed born from our shared aspirations to explore the growing convergence of nutrition, genetics, and sustainability. Over time, this idea was nurtured through planning, meetings, academia deliberations, and collaborative exchanges with our partners. Today, it has blossomed into a vibrant international platform we are privileged to experience together. It is our hope that this conference will inspire the dialogue, stimulate research, and build collaborations that extend beyond these walls, continue contributing meaningfully to the global exposure in our fields. Once again, I welcome all of you, and we all look forward to a day of enriching academic exchange. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am. To set the academic tone for today's proceeding, I welcome Dr. Venugopal Rao, Head Department of Genetics, Center for Women, Hyderabad, to deliver the opening remarks for the conference.
Good morning, all. It is with great pride and deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you to Information Conference 120. As the convener of this event, it brings me immense joy to see such a vibrant and diverse gathering of experts, researchers, academicians, clinicians, and students united by shared vision, advanced knowledge in the emerging science of nutrition. We live in an era, age where science is rapidly transforming healthcare, and nutrigenetics is one of the most promising areas in this market. Understanding that our genes influence how we respond to nutrients, and in turn, how our dietary choices can affect gene expression is reshaping the way we approach health, disease prevention, and nutritional strategies. The conference was envisioned as a problem where interdisciplinary dialogue can thrive, where biologists can interact with the nutritionists for inputs from dietetics and data scientists for clinical data management. We will listen from speakers who are scientifically presenting their observations and findings, leading to translational research that has the potential to reach the bedside, the kitchen table, and the public health policy framework. As convener, I must take a moment to sincerely thank our organizing committee, supporting institutions, sponsors, and student volunteers.
planning, patient, and benefit duration were grounded by a single goal to bring together brilliant minds to discuss, debate, and design the future of personalized nutrition. To our international and national delegates, thank you for being connected online and offline and for enriching this forum with your expertise. Encourage all attendees to make the most of every session, question, panel, and informal discussion. Conferences like this one are fertile grounds for innovation. Only if we actually participate and question and share the ideas. In closing, I wish all you a stimulus, productive, and enjoyable conference experience. May this be not only a meeting of minds, but also the beginning of lasting scientific partnerships and advancements. I welcome once again.
Let us begin our technical sessions with a powerful keynote presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. N. Assistant.
Hello.
Industry Enda, CEO and CSO of UND Life Sciences, USA. He's an eminent physician scientist whose pioneering research covers various fields like cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, lupus, sepsis, and radiation protection. Dr. Das has groundbreaking contributions in understanding the role of polyunsaturated fatty acids in human, leading to multiple US and Indian patents with promising therapeutic potential. A fellow of National Academy of Medical Sciences, India, and Royal Society of Chemistry, London, Dr. Das has authored several acclaimed books, latest being Molecular Biochemical Aspects of Cancer, and over 100 research publications. He has also served as an editor of in chief for Lipids in Health and Disease for over 2 decades and holds key editorial positions in leading international journals. His achievements have been recognized with prestigious honors, including Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, one of the very proclaimed prize award in India. The Dr. the, the Dr. J.S. Bajaj Memorial Oration and awards from various ICMR institutes, and Dr. Quality Memorial Award by Association of Physicians of India, Experimental Medicine. Today, we truly honored to have Dr. Das with us, sharing his insights drawn from decades of impactful research and innovation. I now invite you, sir, to kindly begin your session.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Let me share. Are you able to see the slides? Hello, are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see the slides?
No, sir.
No? ఎప్పుడు ప్రాబ్లం ఇది
No, sir, we cannot see the. Please kindly share, sir.
అదే అర్థం కావట్లేదు
మరి ఇవన్నీ
No, sir.
అది నొక్కి చూడండి.
స్లైడ్స్ అన్ని Share.
View అని ఉంటుంది అక్కడ.
అది కనబడలేదు. Can you project the slides, Venugopal?
Yes, sir, if you can share presentation.
That is better, I think, instead of me searching and all those things. Don't know why. Can you project the slides, Venugopal?
Yes, sir, we will do that. Kindly share your presentation, sir. We will.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. But it is late in the evening for us. Now it is about 9:30, 9:20 p.m. in the night here for us in Washington, USA. Okay. I know Venugopal for quite some time, for more than 30 years or so, and we used to work together in genetics. Are you able to hear me? Hello? Hello?
అయినా అది నొక్కండి.
Sir, we are able to
What
hear
is
you,
this?
but we need your presentation, sir, to share here.
ఇది నొక్కండి.
Okay, shall I start? Hello?
Make your presentation to us.
Okay, I am starting my presentation. Hello? Are you able to project the slides? Okay, shall I start? Hello?
స్టార్ట్ అన్నాడు.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everybody. Okay, I am starting my presentation.
వెయిట్ చేయండి వాడు కొంచెం సేపు. అదే ఇంకా.
No. Are you able to project the slide? చెప్పండి. షేరా? అచ్చా సరే సరే ఓకే. వాట్సాప్ పంపించమంటాడు స్లైడ్స్ అన్ని.
I request all the students and the participants, please maintain silence for 5 minutes.
ఈమెయిల్ ఓపెన్ చేసి
వాట్సాప్ ఎలా పంపిస్తాం అవి?
కాదు ఈమెయిల్లో ఈ స్లైడ్స్ ఈమెయిల్
పంపించాను ఆయనకి, చూడాలి ఇక్కడ.
Figure it out in 5 minutes.
1 minute, I'm sending the slide.
ఆయన వాట్సాప్ లో పెట్టుకోమనండి. ఇక్కడ ఆయన దగ్గర ఈమెయిల్ ఉంది కదా.
సెంటర్ లో చూడాలి. హలో, మీకు ఆల్రెడీ పంపించాను స్లైడ్స్ మధ్యాహ్నం. వాట్సాప్ కాదు, ఐ హావ్ సెంట్ ఇట్ టు యువర్ ఈమెయిల్. మీ పర్సనల్ దానికి పంపించారు, కరెక్ట్. ఇది ఇక్కడ ఎక్కడ ఓపెన్ చేయాలి షేర్, నాకు అర్థం కావట్లేదు. ఇక్కడ చూడు ఇలా వస్తుంది మెసేజ్ అని, అలా రాకూడదు కదా. ఇంకా కిందకి వెళ్ళు, ఏమైనా వస్తుందా? లేదు లేదు. లింక్ ది స్లైడ్ అని పెట్టు, కింద లింక్ ది స్లైడ్. అవేం కాదు, ఇది చూడు కాదు. లింక్ ఎక్కడ వస్తుంది లక్ష్మి? షేర్ స్లైడ్ అని, షేర్ స్క్రీన్ అని వస్తుంది. షేర్ స్క్రీన్ అని నాకు షేర్ దగ్గర కొట్టు. స్క్రీన్ అని వచ్చిందా? మేనేజ్ యాక్సెస్ కొట్టు. ఇక్కడ ఉంది. పక్కన కొట్టు, పీ మీద కొట్టు. పీ మీద పైన ఇంకా అదే దాని మీద కొట్టు. 2 క్లిక్ చేయి. కాపీ అలా కాదు, ఆ లింక్ పెట్టాలి అక్కడ. నేమ్, గ్రూప్, సెయింట్ ఆన్సర్ పెడదాం. రిజల్ట్స్ ఉంటుంది. మన దగ్గర ఆల్రెడీ ఉన్నది వస్తుంది.
Presentation. We will be sharing your slides, sir.
Yes, you got it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got it, sir. I will share it from here.
Okay, very good. Okay. So, good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay. I'm going to talk to you today about our work on lipids.
We will be sharing your slides, sir.
Yes, you got.
Hello?
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
You can start, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Uh,
Sorry for taking it.
Good morning, everybody. Today I will be talking about our work on lipids. Lipids is a very important nutrient, and so I thought we will share with you what we have done using lipids in the treatment of cancer. We know that cancer is a genetic disease. So there are some mutations in the genes, and that leads to the development of a normal cell into a cancer cell. And these genes that are involved in cancer development include RAS, MYC, P53, and so on and so forth. So when these genes get mutated, it leads to the conversion of a normal cell into a tumor cell. And we have started this work back in 1980s, where we wanted to look at the effect of lipids, especially our dietary lipids, on cancer, and whether they have any role. If they have a role, what could be that role? And by understanding the role of lipids in cancer, can we develop any interventions either to prevent or to treat cancer? Next slide, please. So in this instance, we specifically concentrated on a type of cancer called as glioma. It is also called as glioblastoma multiforme, which is one of the deadliest cancers in the brain, and it is a primary cancer in the brain. And once the diagnosis of glioma is made, the patient will not survive more than 40 weeks, or almost less than 1 year, despite surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation. It is one of the deadliest cancers for which there is no effective treatment. So we thought that we will look at it. So as this slide shows, there are about 20,000 new cases per year in USA. In India, it may be around 60 to 80,000 because of the population. And then 80% are malignant. So the malignant glioma is called as glioblastoma multiforme. It occurs in children and occurs in adults. There is no age restriction for its development, but it is most common in the 3rd and 4th decade of life. And of course, as I already told you, it is highly lethal. Next slide. So, of all the coming to the background of the glioma, it is the 70% of all primary tumors in the brain. So it's not a very common tumor, but once it occurs, because there is no treatment and because it is lethal, it has become very popular both for research workers and for clinicians who treat patients with glioma. And it spreads very quickly. The danger with the glioma is once it starts in a particular part of the brain, it spreads very fast to the neighboring areas, and because of its projections, and because it spreads very rapidly, Even if surgical removal is done, by about 90% of the tumor is removed, within a few months it recurs. And when it recurs, it is highly resistant to treatment, both radiation and chemotherapy. And sometimes these patients undergo 2 or 3 brain surgeries, but still they are useless. Next slide, please. So generally, because glioma is localized to brain and generally it doesn't spread outside the brain, so it is a localized tumor of the brain, and so the treatment also has to be local. So the chemotherapy is generally given either by intratumoral injection or through the arteries that supply the tumor, or radiation that is focused on the glioma mass. But paradoxically, these tumor cells are highly resistant to chemotherapy and radiation. So for the time being, it is proved that there is no effective treatment for glioma, even though a lot of efforts are being made. The glioma is very popular in the sense because people who have been in high power in the US administration got this tumor and they all died within. Hello? Hello? Because voice increases. Voice. Okay, all right. Voice. Please. Okay. It is known to many Americans because it has affected people who have been in power. For example, Ted Kennedy, who is the brother of John F. Kennedy, who was the president of USA back in 1980s. And then it has affected Joe Biden, who was the last president before Trump. His son got glioma, and then another senator in parliament member who is called as John McCain. He also got glioma, and all these 3 patients they died within 1 year of getting the glioma. So that shows that it is no matter when at what age you develop. Because, for example, Biden's son is a very young fellow; he's hardly 30, 35 years, whereas others were in 40 and 60s, and whereas McCain was in 70s age. So there is no age bar not to develop glioma. So it is common from children to adults and elderly people. Next slide. So uh, coming to the metabolism of lipids that we studied for their role in cancer, probably you all would have read in your nutrition textbooks. Our diet is rich in 2 types of fatty acids called as essential fatty acids. One is called as LA or linoleic acid. Another is called as ALA, that is alpha linoleic acid. Both are very widely distributed in our diet, so we never develop deficiency of this. And so we get those fatty acids from our diet. But these fatty acids are very important for our body because they form a very important constituent of the cell membrane. So that means the cell membrane structure is mostly made up of these lipids, both LA and ALA and their derivatives. And in addition, they are important for skin so that you don't become dehydrated, and skin health is also dependent upon these essential fatty acids, LA and ALA. These fatty acids, apart from being important for skin and also for cell membrane structure, they are also important for normal inflammation and immune response. So that means if our body has to have good immune response, and if we want to be resistant to uh, infections, then you need to take adequate amounts of these essential fatty acids. Then these essential fatty acids, in addition to being the importance, what I already told you, they get converted into their metabolites in the body. So that is because they are acted upon by enzymes called as the desaturase enzymes. They convert linoleic acid into gamma linoleic acid and dihomogamma linoleic acid, and then convert it into arachidonic acid. And this arachidonic acid is the precursor for certain very biologically active compounds called as prostaglandins. So whenever you get any infection, whenever you get any pain, or any inflammation, that is because of excess production of prostaglandins. That's why when you take aspirin or ibuprofen, any of these non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, they block the production of prostaglandins from essential fatty acids. That's how you get relief. So that is why prostaglandins are important, and that is the importance of these essential fatty acids. And similarly, ALA is converted into EPA and DHA by the same set of enzymes, and they also form a group of prostaglandins. So the importance of essential fatty acids is they are necessary for cell membrane formation, they are necessary for skin immune response and inflammation, and they give rise to important compounds like prostaglandins, which are involved in inflammation and immune response. So back in 1980s, when we started the work, we wanted to see what is the difference between normal cells and tumor cells when it comes to lipids. We all know that there are a lot of differences between normal and tumor cells. For example, the proteins, carbohydrate content, the metabolism, the way they utilize glucose and the way they generate ATP, energy metabolism, and mitochondria, and then of course genes. They're all different between normal and tumor cells. But very few people studied the differences in the lipid constituents of the normal and tumor cells. So we wanted to find out what is the normal composition of tumor cells in terms of lipids and compared with them with the normal cells. And this is a slide that shows you the differences between normal and tumor cells. But most important is don't bother to look at the whole slide because it is a complex slide. What we found that normal cells have high amounts of arachidonic acid, whereas tumor cells have very low amounts of arachidonic acid, which is marked here in orange color. So that means tumor cells are deficient in arachidonic acid. That means because we already learned that arachidonic acid is a precursor of eicosanoids or prostaglandins which produce inflammation. So because if arachidonic acid levels are low, we expect that they have low amounts of prostaglandins, but it is not so. They have high amounts of prostaglandins. So that shows that whenever there is a deficiency of arachidonic acid in the cells, they produce more prostaglandins as a compensatory mechanism. So these arachidonic acid levels are low in tumor cells because of the enzyme deficiency. So they have deficient in desaturase enzymes, and that's why they have low amounts of arachidonic acid. So with that data, going to the next slide, then we looked at the what happens to this arachidonic acid that is low. Why? Because it is low. What is the significance of it in the normal and tumor cells? So we looked at its conversion into peroxides, which are very toxic compounds. So we found that the peroxide formation is low in tumor cells, whereas it is high in the normal cells. That means compounds which are toxic to cells are not formed in the tumor cells, but they are formed in the normal cells. That is because that is a defensive mechanism. So tumor cells don't want to die, they want to survive, and that is why they produce less amounts of lipid peroxides. And that is because they have low amounts of arachidonic acid. Next slide, please. And so with that information, we thought that, next slide. So with that information, we thought that because tumor cells are deficient in arachidonic acid, what happens to tumor cells if we give this arachidonic acid? You see, because but the concept at that time was that because the cells are deficient, tumor cells are deficient in arachidonic acid, if we give them arachidonic acid, they get converted into normal cells. So because you are trying to overcome the deficient fatty acid present in the tumor cells. So we performed experiments where we took normal and tumor cells in the culture, and in the culture we added arachidonic acid. In addition to arachidonic acid, we also added all other fatty acids that form from essential fatty acids like gamma-aminoic acid, dihomogamma-aminoic acid, then eicosapentaenoic acid, and docosahexaenoic acid to see whether there is any difference in the action of these fatty acids on normal and tumor cells. So the original idea is when we give these fatty acids to the tumor cells, they get converted into normal cell because they are deficient in these fatty acids. And so we did the experiments, and then we recorded the results. And we studied this effect of fatty acids on at least 40 types of tumor cells, leukemic cells, lymphoma cells, then some glioma cells, and then and then osteosarcoma cells, prostate cancer cells, then breast cancer cells, like that. We looked at several types of cancer cells to see whether there is any difference in their response to various fatty acids that we are giving to the cells in culture. Next slide. And then we wanted to study not only the effect of these fatty acids on tumor cells and normal cells, but if there is any action of these fatty acids on the normal and tumor cells, then we wanted to look at the mechanism. What is the mechanism by which they are producing their effect on the normal and tumor cells? And if so, whether there is any difference in the drug-resistant tumor cells and drug-sensitive tumor cells, and what happens to these fatty acids, whether the uptake and distribution in the normal tumor cells is it different, and what is the effect of these fatty acids on oncogene expression, like I already told you, RAS, MYC, P53, and oncogenes that are involved in the cancer cell formation. And then once we get this information, we wanted to study the animal cells, and then we try to do some human clinical studies if possible. So this is a slide. Next slide. This is a slide shows the effect of the various fatty acids. Of course, here we have shown only few fatty acids: gamma linolenic acid, arachidonic acid, EPA, DHA, and LA, ALA, are normal and tumor cells. So these are the normal cells, and these are the tumor cells. The graph. So in normal cells, when they are exposed to GLA and AA, there is not much effect. But when you increase the concentration of these fatty acids, they produce cell death. Whereas in tumor cells, the tumor cells are very sensitive to the toxic effect of these fatty acids, even at low concentrations. Only at very high concentrations, they are able to kill the normal cells. So that means at a given concentration, where the fatty acid is able to kill the tumor cells, they are not toxic to the normal cells. So that means there is a differential toxicity. And so this surprised us because we are expecting that tumor cells will get converted to normal cells. But actually, when we did the experiments, instead of that, the tumor cells were dying on exposure to these fatty acids, especially to gamma linolenic acid and arachidonic acid. Of course, at a very high concentration, even arachidonic acid can kill the normal cells, but at a certain concentration, up to 20 to 40 micrograms per ml of about 10,000 cells, it is able to kill only the tumor cells but does not do anything to the normal cells. So this shows that these tumor cells have a selective cytotoxic effect because of the fatty acids like gamma linolenic acid and arachidonic acid. So this is a slide showing where we wanted to confirm that fatty acids, where they kill only the tumor cells but not the normal cells. We did an experiment, what is called as the co-culture experiments, where normal and tumor cells are grown together in a petri dish. So for about 10 days, if you add normal and tumor cells together and in a petri dish and grow them, over a period of time, the tumor cells will grow. These are all the tumor cells. They grow, then occupy the whole of the petri dish. And these are the normal cells, 41SK, human skin fibroblast. They grow and then they occupy the whole of the petri dish. But when you add the fatty acid, and these are the ones that are added fatty acid, the one on the left side and the right side, the moment you add the fatty acids, all the tumor cells will die. Only the normal cells will continue to grow. So in the next slide, it is much clearer. So this is a slide. The next slide we have shown. See, all the tumor cells are dying, whereas the normal cells are growing on the right side of the slide. So showing that they are grown together under same or identical conditions. When you add the fatty acid, it is able to selectively kill only the tumor cells, but do not do anything to the normal cells. So see that this suggests that certain fatty acids like gamma linolenic acid and arachidonic acid are able to kill only the tumor cells, but they are not harmful to the normal cells. So this is very important. That means your dietary intake of essential fatty acids, LA and ALA, once they get converted into gamma linolenic acid and arachidonic acid, one of their important function is to prevent the development of cancer. So if you form or if you convert the dietary linolenic acid and alpha-linolenic acid into sufficient amounts of gamma linolenic acid and arachidonic acid, then because of their toxic effect on the tumor cells, you don't develop cancer. Whereas if you are unable to form GLA and AA, then you may form cancers. So this shows clearly that dietary fatty acids have an important role in the development of cancer. And these results have been confirmed by several other people. And so these studies we have performed with different types of cells. For example, I already told you, we have done with lymphoma cells, then we have done with the mouse myeloma cells, then cholangiocarcinoma cells, neuroblastoma, and glioma cells, astrocytoma, which is also a brain tumor cells. All these cells we have tested in vitro, in test tube, and we found that all these tumor cells, irrespective of their type of tumor, they are all sensitive to gamma aminobutyric acid. That means they all can be killed by the gamma aminobutyric acid, where corresponding normal cells are not affected by the gamma aminobutyric acid. So we concentrated our studies subsequently with gamma aminobutyric acid, and gamma aminobutyric acid is derived from our dietary linoleic acid. So once we got these results, I'm just summarizing the results here. We have done a lot of experiments in this study. So we showed that gamma-linoleic acid, arachidonic acid, icosapentaenic acid, DHA. So these are all the abbreviations I used here. GLE is gamma-linoleic acid, AE is arachidonic acid, EPA is icosapentaenic acid, DHA is docosahexaenic acid. So these are all long chain fatty acids with the double bonds, and so they are very highly unsaturated, and because of unsaturation, they're also a little bit unstable. So these fatty acids can selectively kill the tumor cells, do not harm the normal cells. And of all the fatty acids we tested, GLE is the most effective. Then comes the arachidonic acid, and comes EPA and DHA. So suggesting that depending upon the type of fatty acid you are using, the the amount of toxicity to the tumor cells is variable. And all these fatty acids, they do not harm the normal cells. And I already told you that in milk cell culture experiments, where we have grown normal and tumor cells together, only tumor cells are killed by the fatty acids, whereas the normal cells are not affected. And what is most important is, even though some of the tumor cells that we have studied are resistant to chemotherapy, is resistant to anti-cancer drugs, and resistant to radiation, they are all killed by the fatty acids. That means none of these tumor cells are resistant to the cytotoxic action or the killing effect of the fatty acids. This is very important because one of the major issues in cancer therapy is drug resistance. Patients generally respond to treatment that is given in the initial stages, but over a period of 2 to 3 years, they become resistant to these anti-cancer drugs, and so the cancer comes back, and now they cannot be helped with any of these drugs. So the important of this of the effect of the fatty acids is none of the cancer cells are resistant to the killing effect of these fatty acids. Next slide. But then we wanted to look at the mechanism. We wanted to know why these fatty acids are able to kill the tumor cells, but not the normal cells. Now, I already told you when we looked at the metabolism of essential fatty acids, that these essential fatty acids, La and ALA, are converted into arachidonic acid and EPA, DHA, and then subsequently into prostaglandins, which are inflammatory markers, which are known to produce inflammation. So we look at the effect of drugs that block the formation of prostaglandins and other metabolites from these fatty acids, especially arachidonic acid and GLA. So they're called as cyclooxygenase and lipoxygenase inhibitors. And but even though we use these inhibitors, still the fatty acids were able to kill the tumor cells. That means the formation of prostaglandins is not necessary for these fatty acids to kill the tumor cells. And so that means, in other words, prostaglandins, thromboxanes, leukotrienes that are formed from these fatty acids are not participating in the tumor cell killing effect of the fatty acids. And then, of course, recently we looked at several other metabolites also, and we're going to talk about them like lipoxygens, resolvents, because this is too much of a biochemistry. And then, but more important is these cytotoxic effect or the cell killing effect or the tumor cell killing effect of the fatty acids is blocked by vitamin E, BHA, and BHT. BHA, BHT are synthetic antioxidants. Vitamin E is a natural antioxidant. So when you give antioxidants, they are blocking the cell killing effect of the fatty acids. That means the fatty acids have to undergo a lipid peroxidation. They have to get converted to peroxides, and then only they'll be able to kill. And if there are enough amounts of these antioxidants, then you cannot kill the tumor cells. So that is why it is a misnomer that if you take vitamin E, you don't develop cancer. In fact, it is the other way, you get cancer. So this is really surprising. That means fatty acids need not form prostaglandins, but they have to get peroxidized. This peroxidation occurs because of exposure to oxygen molecules. So these are because of unsaturated fatty acids, they have double bonds. So when they expose to oxygen, they get peroxidized. And these lipid peroxides are toxic to the tumor cells and they kill the tumor cells. And most important thing is these peroxides are not formed in the normal cells. They are found only in the tumor cells. That is why even though normal cells are exposed to these fatty acids, nothing happens to the normal cells because they don't form the peroxides, whereas tumor cells form peroxides, and that is why they get killed by the lipid peroxides when we expose these tumor cells to lipids. So to understand how this formation of lipid peroxides varies between normal and tumor cells, we developed a chemical method, a visible chemical method of using what is called as NBT, nitroblue is a dye. That dye, when it gets exposed to free radicals, it gets converted into dye which is black in color. So this is the control, and the one on the right side is the test. So when we add the fatty acid gets converted into peroxides that form black black precipitates in the tumor cells, indicating that the formation of lipid peroxides are very much increased in the tumor cells, where the lower figure shows that the normal cells exposed to fatty acids and they don't form any lipid peroxides. So the basic difference between normal and tumor cells is the formation of lipid peroxides. Tumor cells form lipid peroxides, and these lipid peroxides are toxic, and so the tumor cell gets killed. Whereas normal cells do not generate lipid peroxides, and so they are not killed by the peroxides. So, because of this important function of these dietary fatty acids, that the cancer is linked to the dietary lipids. Then, of course, we measure the lipid peroxides in normal and tumor cells and in the presence of various fatty acids. And we found that the formation of lipid peroxides are less in normal cells, whereas they are very high in tumor cells. Next slide. Then we wanted to look at what is the difference between the drug resistant cells and drug sensitive cells. I'm not going to talk to you much about this, but what we found is that drug resistant cells, the uptake of the anti-cancer drugs is less in drug resistant cells, and so there is no intracellular anti-cancer drug, and so they do not get killed. Whereas when we add these fatty acids, in the presence of fatty acids, the drug uptake, the anti-cancer drug uptake is increased by the fatty acids. I already told you in the initial stages that these fatty acids form an important constituent of the cell membrane. That means they alter the membrane fluidity or membrane properties. So when there is enough amounts of these essential fatty acids, the membrane is very fluid, and so the cell is able to take more anti-cancer drugs, and so the anti-cancer drug levels inside the cell will be more, and so the anti-cancer drugs will work efficiently on the drug-resistant tumor cells. So that means, in other words, these essential fatty acids are able to make drug-resistant cells to become drug-sensitive cells. So cells which are not affected by the anti-cancer drugs are easily killed by the anti-cancer drugs in the presence of these fatty acids. So then, of course, we did a lot of experiments in this to see how the drug uptake and then distribution, and then what is called as the drug efflux. That means how long the drug remains in the cell, in the normal and tumor cells we studied, and we showed that in the presence of these lipids, especially arachidonic acid and other essential fatty acids, the drug uptake is increased, anti-cancer drug uptake is increased, and it stays inside the cell for a longer time. So that means drug influx is increased, and efflux, that means throwing out of the anti-cancer drugs outside the cell, is decreased. And so the intracellular concentration of the drugs will be very high. And so they become sensitive to various anti-cancer drugs like vincristine, diamycin, briomycin, doxorubicin. So all these drugs work better in the presence of these fatty acids. So this is very important. So that means these fatty acids are not only able to kill the tumor cells, but they are also able to reverse drug resistance in these cells. So next slide. And then, of course, we looked at the various effects of these fatty acids and drug uptake efflux, and I'm not going to talk about it. I already told you the summary that these fatty acids increase the drug uptake, anti-cancer drug uptake, and decrease the efflux so that intracellular anti-cancer drug concentration is increased. We have not studied, but some others have looked at the radiation effect. So even radiation effects are also increased by the fatty acids. That means tumor cells which are resistant uh, to radiation uh, treatment, they are also easily killed by in the presence of fatty acids. So this is very important. So then we just looked at the effect, and then we showed that in the presence of fatty acids, the uptake of the anti-cancer drugs increased by almost 2.5 times. That means the drug uptake is increased by 2.5 times, and that is why intracellular concentration of the drug is very high, and so it will be able to kill the tumor cells very easily. Next slide, please. And the same is shown in this figure, that the drug uptake and efflux and so on. So in summary, what we have shown is that certain lipids that are present in our diet, which can get converted into various metabolites like gamma linoleic acid and arachidonic acid, they are very effective in killing the tumor cells. They do not harm the normal cells, and the fatty acid themselves are able to kill the tumor cells. They don't have to get converted into their metabolites such as prostaglandins, and they kill the tumor cells by a process called as apoptosis. We looked at the process by which they die. Do they die by necrosis or apoptosis or ferroptosis? And we have shown that these fatty acids kill the tumor cells by apoptosis and ferroptosis process. That means in the presence of iron salts, the killing of the cancer cells by the fatty acids is increased. And this killing effect of the fatty acids on tumor cells is because of the formation of lipid peroxides and free radicals. And so these fatty acids, because of their unsaturation nature, and they form lipid peroxides and produce free radicals that are able to kill the tumor cells. And in addition, these fatty acids are able to make drug-resistant tumor cells become drug-sensitive. And so that means if you use a combination of these essential fatty acids and anti-cancer drugs, then you have the better treatment, or the chances of regression of the tumor are very high. Next slide. Then, of course, we look at the molecular mechanism, how these fatty acids are able to kill. We look at the microRNA profile in the glioma cells, which is one of the deadliest cancer of the brain. And we showed that when you add these fatty acids to the glioma cells in vitro, the microRNA profile of the tumor cells is altered in such a way that these microRNAs specifically enhance the expression of pro-apoptotic genes. That means genes that enhance the apoptotic process. And these genes include P53, RAS, MYC, and so on and so forth. So that means they work at the gene level. And then, of course, the same thing I have summarized here. The increased sensitivity to glioma, to radiation, and to anti-cancer drugs, and so on and so forth. And what is important is these fatty acids are able to kill both the primary tumor and also the metastasis that occur. So because metastasis is one of the dangerous complications of the cancer. So they are effective both against the primary tumor and metastasis occur. And then, of course, to look at the mechanism, we and others look at the effect of this GLA on various gene expressions. For example, VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor, which is necessary for the tumor to grow, because by producing this vascular endothelial growth factor, or VEGF, the tumor is able to get more blood supply. So the fatty acids block this VEGF expression. They block the FLT1 gene expression, ERK1, and cyclin, which is necessary for the cell cycle to progress. And they block P53, like that. So they work at the oncogene level. So they act at the oncogene level, and they change the microRNA expression, and that is how this gamma linoleic acid is able to specifically kill the tumor cells by acting at the gene level. Next slide. Then this is a slide showing how various genes are expression is increase or decrease depending upon the type of gene that we are looking at. And that shows that very clearly. Next one. Then, of course, this is a slide showing the glioma cells in vitro in the animal glioma. And then after injection of GLA. So you see all the tens of tumor cells have died, and then they all have undergone apoptosis and necrosis, and the tumor is almost disappearing. They disappear by almost more than 50%. So that means even in an animal model of glioma, once we inject GLA into the glioma tumor, then the cells will die and the glioma regresses. So after these animal experiments and in vitro studies, we wanted to see whether we can apply to the humans. So here we were fortunate so that we took some patients with glioma in the brain, and then we injected the drug. So this is a patient with glioma here, and then we injected the drug, and then you see the black portion. What you are seeing is the white one, like a rod one, is the catheter we put in the tumor. So the patient's brain is open, and a catheter is kept into the tumor bed, and through that catheter or through that small tube, we inject the gamma linolenic acid. So when the cells die, it becomes dark because there are no cells. If the cells are there, then it becomes dark, it becomes white. So here actually more clear. This whole white thing you are finding is the tumor. Then when the moment we injected GLA, within 1 week, the whole of the tumor regresses, the cells die. So showing that the GLA can be given to patients with glioma and without any side effects, the tumor regresses. So of course, we published this data in several journals. Then of course, we also looked at the effect of these fatty acids on several other tumor models, like skin papilloma, which is like skin cancer, for example. And then in hepatoma, that means liver cancer, which is induced in animals by injecting a chemical called as diethyl nitrosamine. Then we looked at the abdominal tumors, like ascites tumor. And all these tumors can regress, or they become smaller, or they disappear when we inject the gamma linolenic acid into these tumors or into the abdomen and so on and so forth. So suggesting that it is not just the glioma cells, but it can work against any other type of tumor cell as long as we are able to deliver GLA to the tumor cell. Then we wanted to see whether we can convert this into a useful drug for other cancers apart from brain. Brain means you can easily mark it by doing CT scan and MRI and then put a catheter and inject. But other tumors, because in other places of the body, like liver, bone, and all those, they are difficult. We cannot inject the drug directly with a needle there because they bleed. So we modified our molecule, GLA molecule, into a injectable one, and then we inject it into the tumor feeding vessels. So this is the whole thing is a tumor in the leg, and then this is a blood vessel that is feeding the tumor. So there we put the catheter and then injected our gamma linolenic acid, and they completely block the tumor feeding vessels. That means blood supply to the tumor or to the cancer tissue is completely blocked. And because there is no blood supply, the tumor cells will die without any further regression. And one injection is sufficient. Then, of course, we injected into the renal cell cancer. This is a normal kidney. This is how it looks like. This is a catheter, and then this is a normal kidney. Whereas the kidney with the tumor looks very, very irregular. See how nicely this normal kidney, whereas here you see the big one with a lot of blood supply, new blood supply to the tumor. So we put a catheter into the renal artery, then inject our drug, and so all the blood vessels to the tumor are completely blocked. And the drug stays inside because blood vessels are blocked, so the drug cannot escape. So it remains in the tumor till the tumor completely regresses. So that means, in summary, what we have done is we have shown our dietary lipids have an important role in cancer, and the dietary essential fatty acids like linoleic acid and alpha-lic acid need to be converted into certain long chain metabolites so that they can act on the tumor cells and kill them without harming the normal cells. And these molecules can be exploited as potential anti-cancer drugs for brain tumor, liver cancer, renal cancer, and bone cancer, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much. Gopal, lecture is done. Lecture is done.
Okay, sir. Okay.
If there are any questions, I can answer them. But I think this is too much of a biology and biochemistry and molecular biology for them.
Now, I would like to invite our conference and founder of NHF, Dr. Hazare, to please come and give us insight about the foundation.
Any questions are there?
Because forum is open for questions.
Yep.
Any questions? Sir, am I audible?
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. So I'm logging out.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
I said, ma'am, please.
వాళ్ళకి ఏమర్థమవుతుంది ఇవన్నీ మామూలు వాళ్ళకి అర్థం కాదు.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Am I audible to everyone? Yes. So, can I have a little louder, please? Yeah. So, how are you all feeling today? The weather is awesome. It's really nice. So, I'm Dr. Sari. I am a nutritionist, a psychologist, a mother, an entrepreneur, and as we proceed, you'll get to know more about me. But so I did my doctorate in nutrition from the State Agriculture University. Do you know about Rajendra University? Yeah. So I did my doctorate from there, and then during COVID, while counseling and making nutrition videos, I realized that it's all in the mind, and then I would be able to counsel the patients better. I did a certificate course from Oxford that was Introduction to Psychology, and then I did a diploma course from our own college, St. Anne's, that was Counseling Psychology. And then things just started moving on, and somebody so I have been blessed with a very good circle of friends. So I call them as my earth angels. Then is the Steel Man here and Funny Man. So I registered a company of my own, and I ran NFS Nutrition and Beyond. And because it is not just restricted to nutrition, it involves many things. And my tagline is, read that for me actually. I find it very fascinating. You find it good? You think it's apt? Yes. Let us proceed. So I started with a vision that I always wanted to not just restrict myself to Hyderabad or India, but wanted to become a global leader. I feel whenever you want to do something, you have to think big. You need to dream big. Only then you can achieve. And so my vision was to become a global leader and not just restrict myself to Asia, but cover all the continents. Right? My idea is to blend nutrition and mental health together. So it is very basic. You are what you eat. If you eat well, you will feel good. Just the way you when you have a coffee at Starbucks or wherever, the way you feel. Am I clear? So that is how it affects. Whatever you eat affects your mind. It affects the way you think, you feel, and then if you eat, well, you'll be in a better position to decide for yourself. Okay, so my mission. So when one company, you start with a vision, and then you have a mission in your life. Okay, you're going to do this. So what I did was I took over the evidence-based nutrition studies and with incorporating it with mental health strategies and to support people across all stages. So it is not restricted only to children or just the school going, but it covers all the age groups because not only young adults or adults, but even the older generation needs nutrition, which can affect their mental health. Then another mission of my company is to educate not only the schools but cover all the educational institutes and all the companies. So in one line, I would say that where there is food, there I am. I want to target those institutions where I can propagate how important nutrition is along with good mental health. Then, of course, when it comes to doing something, you need to have it needs to be backed up by good research, and then you have innovative strategies in your mind. You can come up with good ideas, and also advocate nutrition and food literacy in a sustainable way. So that is my mission. Next, my aim. So I have a team of nutritionists and psychologists working with me. We have. So my aim is to improve the public health by combining the nutritional science with mental well-being and also to promote sustainable eating habits through education, advocacy, and community initiatives. So we need to work as a team. We cannot just do anything alone in this world. We need to we need to think positive and we need to be optimistic in life. Hence, my objectives are so company, it provides personalized nutritional guidance along with mental health care, and it delivers school-based food literacy and life skills programs. So we collaborate with food-based companies, for example, Akshaya Kalpa, and henceforth, and we do programs with them, and we collaborate even with corporate. You must have heard of companies like CBC or the IT world. So we collaborate with and we have sessions wherein we tell them about why and how nutrition impacts their well-being and how they can lead a good. And of course, advocate for millet base. How many of you like millets here? So that's a good number. And how many of you eat millets? That's good. And you can also work along with us. You can become an intern, and these are the benefits. So, of course, you will get practical exposure. If you want to go into public health nutrition or community nutrition field, you can gain exposure that way through nutrition counseling to schools.
And if you want to have a tie up with hospitals, you can even do that if you are interested in dietetics field. So basically, you need to know the difference between a dietitian and a nutritionist. And then, of course, research skills and collaborations with several universities, not only just restricted to India, but also other countries which are very advanced when it comes to nutrition science. We have Malaysia and Japan, to name it. And then, if the internship at the company will also benefit you in organizing workshops, wellness initiatives, and advocacy campaigns at corporates. And of course, content creation. I'm sure many of you, almost all of you, must have Instagrams and active on Snapchat. So that way you can create. We will teach you and assist you in creating the content yourself. Wherein just in seconds you can create and enjoy the benefits of that. And yeah, of course, you can do your digital portfolio that way. And then working here will definitely give you networking opportunities. So these days, what I found is it's all about networking, how you present yourself, how you communicate with people, how you articulate yourself, and your presentation is very important. Of course, there has to be sincerity in your aura which you present. And with interning with NFH will provide you good opportunities with big companies and organizations. In Hyderabad, we work with, so I'm a mentor at VHub. How many of you know VHub? What is the full form of that? Women Entrepreneur Hub. And what is T-Hub? Technology. So I'm a mentor at VHub. I've got 5 mentees under me. That way, it's just not restricting to nutrition, because the more you meet people, the more you get to know that there are endless opportunities. It doesn't matter even if you want to shift your life. You can do too many things also. And also, I am a counselor now at University. It is a private agriculture university. So, by these connections, you can also have, you can get many good networking opportunities by interning at NFH. And that's my last slide, wherein you will be recognized that you've been a part of this and you've learned so much, and definitely you'll be playing a good organization role. So that's all about my company, and I want at least 5 questions now. Otherwise, I'm going to ask. Feel free to ask me anything. Well, I taught here at this college also for 6 months before COVID.
By default, ma'am is a teacher, so you have to wait then for the questions.
So it's been a very good journey by the grace of God. And I'm on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. You can take my number from ma'am. And if you are hesitant, which you shouldn't be, you can ask me questions, connect with me. But at least give me 5 questions now. You just have to come to me and give me your CV and prove to me that you are passionate, and then you can come and join it. I just want passion and sincerity. That's all I want. If you don't have that, I don't think so we can do anything. Where is Naira?
Then upstairs, should go, not to living room. It's living into position. Okay.
5 questions I'm waiting. We need to forward fast. My presentation was on, yeah. I've not thought about it, but you can do it as much.
Is it the first section, the first time that you're put? Or like, has it been there?
Yeah, so I registered my company this year. So let me tell you one thing, which I think you girls should also start doing it, because I started doing it pretty late. So it's been 5 to 6 years now. So every birthday, what I do is gift myself something. So I started with a very small, tiny gold chain, which I always admired. One of my favorite dresses is to wear that. Now this year I celebrated my 40th. So I registered and I gifted myself this. So that's how it started. So so I think, why wait for others to gift us something? It is always good to Give yourself.
And inspire them forward.
Chalo, fast 4 more to go.
Can be at least in the point.
That's all I know. 3 more. I'm not going to give you. Yeah. So I'm scattered all over the place. But the office is at Hyderabad and Metropolitan. And you can contact me. The backbenchers can ask me. Chalo, jaldi, I'm that clear. If you have a LinkedIn profile. Good. Who has 1,000 followers on Instagram? Wow. Are you into something? A creative art?
Yes, ma'am, I have been.
Oh,
Ma'am, any success like that?
that's the story. You have to.
No, ma'am,
You have to.
how
say
it
it.
helps change somebody's life, we do it,
I'm not really comfortable saying that. You have to tell me about somebody else. If others also know about it.
I think Nida ma'am, success is yeah.
I'm shy now. So what about you? I like the way you're draped in hijab. So,
Thank you.
and you also. Yeah. So you have 1,000 followers. What do you do? Like, behind you?
I just use my platform for I job, my college life. And it is a private account, it is public, so it is mostly inter people, beauty people, and this is for the
Very
Very.
very.
Planning to start our business, emphasize those very confident.
Very nice. So recently I got connected with, I'm sure you know, Adventure Park at Master Time. So I met them and there were like bunch of young girls and boys. It was so nice. All of them have some fantastic startup ideas. So they're gonna have some founders meeting next month. So you know, this startup business, you don't really have to be into a government job or do something really monotonous, but you can do always your own thing.
That's starting for inclusion center.
Okay.
On September 4th, we have an inaugural.
Wow. Lovely. Good opportunities here at Scotland. There is a very warm place. Last question and then we'll be done. I think those 3 girls. Please, can I have a last question?
Break for a short break, tea break then.
Yeah, then I'll be very happy. I'll be happily leaving the place. Yes. Oh, I know you. How do I know you? You were there for that city function. Yes, definitely you can. Yes. Because see, when it comes to food and mind, everything is related to us. So you can definitely come. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Nanda. Now, we will have a short break, that will be a snack break. So we will meet right after 15 minutes here only. The snacks will be served in room number 48 and 49 on the ground floor. And I also want to request all the participants who have not taken their kits, their snack tokens will be given at the registration desk.
So those who have not got their kits, they can move to the registration desk and collect their snack coupon from there. And coordinators can guide the participants to take their snack coupons. So we will meet right after 15 minutes here. Thank you. Thank you, snack coupon. Please settle down quickly. Work that way. Please be seated. That's what I wanted. Somebody else is not. I request the discipline committee to take care. Ensure everybody is seated. Yes, I request everybody kindly maintain silence words. Everyone settle down fast. Students at the back. We are going to begin the most awaited session now. I request everyone to kindly assemble inside, settle down faster. I request the discipline committee kindly check and assess the participants quickly. You can close the door. You can't do it. Yeah. I request everyone to kindly maintain silence. Yes, student at the back. Where are you going? Girl, where are you going? Ma'am, these are first year. Okay, first year. Yes, girl. Everyone, sit upright. We are going to start the session. Welcome back, everyone. We now move to session 2. I would like to invite Ms. Parikumari, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, to introduce our esteemed speaker of the session, Dr. Jani, ma'am. Over to you. Very good morning, girls. I think after a small snack, you got some energy? Will you show me your energy? Good morning. Good morning. All right. I take pleasure in introducing our motivated speaker of today's session, Dr. Jani Tamilvanan, founder, Institute of Nutrigenetics, Coimbatore, with extensive expertise in food science, nutrition, and nutrigenetics. Dr. Janani is a pioneer in precision nutrition research and practice. Ma'am holds a bachelor's in food science and nutrition and food quality control from Avinash Lingam University, a master's in food and nutrition from PSG College, and a European Commission sponsored master's in science, technology, and nutrition. Ma'am earned a PhD in food and nutrition with a focus on precision nutrition and obesity from Avinash Lingam University. She is the director of Institute of Nutrigenetics and Education Forum that has trained over 3,000 dietitians and reached more than 1 lakh students in India and abroad through outreach program. A few of them are her professional journey spans roles such as founder of Genome Wellness, senior nutrigenetical at Excode Nutrigenesis at Excode Life Sciences, nutrition consultant with FAO, research scholar at Purdue University, and corporate nutrition trainer for Nestle India. Dr. Janani's research focuses on nutri-gene interaction, gut microbiome, and economically tailored diets for complex disease prevention. She has multiple international publications and conference presentations. Ma'am is the recipient of numerous awards, including the Best Presentation Award, Personalized Nutrition, Erasmus Mundus Scholarship, and the Be a Change Startup Award. And girls, it's been 2 years that we have associated our nutrition department with Dr. Janani and ION, and always inspiration for me. Janani is active, energetic, assertive, anticipatory, forward-thinking, enterprising, visionary, innovative, and self-starting. Acting in advance to address potential issues or opportunities. I now heartily welcome Dr. Jani Tamilvanan for enlightening us on nutrition.
Good morning. Well, it's a pleasure to be here today to join with all of you. Just give you a spark of interest to go further on nutrigenetics. So it's been wonderful this morning to start with a vibrant prayer. I have attended many conferences and workshops as part of the ION. So today was a wonderful start for the instrument and also like people singing like really joyfully. And I thank the Department of Nutrition and Genetics at St. Anne's and also the administration and management and who is involved. So today started and marked something new and vibrant that is yours to follow. And today's session is just to give you a spark of what nutrigenetics is all about, how this field is emerging and what you have to explore and to really take it up if you're interested. This is Nutrigenetics and Beyond. It is the session stop. So which is doesn't stop you. It's just one small piece of the puzzle, but there's a bigger picture out there. And we are going to talk about only a small, tiny bit of the ocean today. That's nutrigenetics. So here I am today to just go on to the session. Here is a definition of personalized nutrition, which is provided by American Nutrition Association. As you know, personalized nutrition term itself is very broad. So you could use this term personalized in various contexts in various terms, in terms of personalizing based on what you like, based on the preferences. But when it comes to personalized nutrition, with today's reference to the context, so American Nutrition Association says, so it doesn't stop just with nutritional assessment, but it also goes to routine lab testing, what we are doing today, and targeted lab testing about all the omics. That is like, it could be genetics, it could be gut microbiome, it could be gene expression on epigenetics. And finally, on the top of it, you could see that it is omics and biochemistry, which is going to take the top place in nutrition assessment in the future or in the way forward. So all put together, it's going to be an integrated component together while we assess nutritional status of the individual. So altogether, we see that going to a more of individualized nutrition, we have more and more data. And from generalized to personalized nutrition, as you go along to the top of the pyramid, it's not the top, but it's almost putting things together. So that is what we are going to learn in today's session. Now, how are you going to integrate various components of dietary assessment, which will make it more personalized? When you look at the components of personalized nutrition, there are three signal components that are mentioned by the AMA. And that is one thing is the personalized guidance in therapeutics. Don't stop just by telling this is the recommendation, but you're also going to give solutions what they need to eat based on the personalized nutrition. And the next component is about science and data. So whatever you say, it has to be validated by proper research so that it becomes more evidence-based. So the third component is about professional education and training. So this knowledge has to kind of spread to the professional so that they are equipped with the knowledge to communicate and take it to the masses. So this conference itself is an initiative to the of professional education and training, because we believe that future nutrition, that is all of you were filling this room. So you're the future healthcare leaders. So you need to at least get exposed to the recent sciences and emerging fields in the field of nutritional sciences, because nutrition is going to get interdisciplinary. Nutrition will be the core element of healthcare in the coming days. So more than medicines, people are going to take up nutritional food in their hands to solve and to provide solutions. You need to get exposed to what are the recent trends, recent emerging sciences, which makes nutrition more personalized. So when you look at this, so far nutritional practice has been revolving around phenotypic assessment, which means whatever you see, whatever is measurable, whatever is descriptive, we call it as phenotype. So phenotype, if you look at nutritional assessment, how do you assess a person's nutritional status? Anthropometry, clinical science, biochemical, dietary. So we call it as the ABCDs of nutritional assessment, right? So this falls under the phenotypic assessment, where you have the dietary assessment. So you assess the dietary intake of the person, and then it goes on to assessing the physical activity, because that only determines your BMR, based on which you calculate the calorie intake. And then there are so many other environmental factors which are measurable, which are taken into consideration before you give a diet plan or a dietary recommendation to a person. So far, it has been a phenotypic symptom-based assessment is what we are doing in nutrition. But slowly, you could also see there are a lot of advancements in genomics and genetics today, where it could be integrated to make nutrition more precise and more personalized. So I would like you to get a picture of omics integration that is in the block. So you could see genomics,
proteomics, transcriptomics, and metabolomics. That is getting into the phenotypic assessment of nutrition. So which makes it phenotype, which will make precise diagnosis and also the treatment plan. It's basically about genotype and phenotype correlation, which makes nutrition more precise in nature, so that the diagnosis could also become set precise as well as the treatment plans. So before we move on, so today, out of all the 4 or 5 components of omics, we're going to just look into the genomics part, that is nutrigenetics, understanding the variations in the genes and how do you customize or personalize the nutrition is what we're going to see today. So looking at the different omics integration, different components of the genomics and genetics. So it all starts with the DNA, that is the genome. So you have the bigger picture, at least like you know about gene, what is a DNA, what is a nucleus, what is a chromosome. So when you go deeper into chromosome, untwine the chromosome, you get the DNA. When you learn about how nutrition influences the genome, it is called as nutritional genomics. And then you go on to something called as transcriptome, where you have the translation and transcription process. So when you read about the transcription factors, which is basically it helps the food to act as signal. So food is basically a signal to your body, tells what your cell needs to do, and the transcription factors basically helps the food to become signals in your body. So when you learn about how nutrition influences the transcriptome, which is a collection of all the transcription factors, it's referred to as nutritional transcriptome. And then you have the protein formed as a result of all the cellular processes, or we call it as central dogma of life. So when you talk about all the proteins put together, it's called as proteome. And when you learn about the interaction between proteins and the food that you eat, it's called as nutriproteomics. And as a result of all the nutrient metabolism, you get several metabolites, whether you eat Italy or whether you eat eggs or whether you eat meat. So you get all the metabolites as a result of end products of all the metabolic pathways. So when you learn about nutrition and its interaction with the metabolome, it's called as nutrimetabolomics. So when you see all the omics getting integrated along with the phenotypic assessment, it's referred to as precision nutrition. But today, we are going to look into just this portion, that is how nutrition is going to get affecting the DNA and how DNA is going to influence the response to the food that you eat. And as a result of all the omics integration, so you could just ask me, so what is the use of integrating omics? So can you tell me like that there are certain biomarkers which is used to determine the health status, right? So can you just tell me a few biomarkers that you use in nutritional assessment? So some of you just told me that biochemical parameters are used in dietary assessment. So are there any parameters that you could remember, biomarkers that you could remember by doing nutritional assessment? So for example, if it's going to be diabetes mellitus, so what are the biomarkers that can be used? HbA1c, then C-peptide. Anything else that you always refer to when you want to assess or manage diabetes? Sorry? Okay, so it's fasting blood sugar, random blood sugar, or postprandial is that. So these are biomarkers, right? So when you integrate all these omics, so we are going to have more biomarkers which are relevant to nutrition. So that is one advantage you could get. And second one is the individual variation. So is there someone who looks very identical in this room? Each one looks different. We all act differently, right? So everyone is unique here. And this uniqueness can be informed important role while designing the diet plan for that particular person. I think like we need to consider those differences as well, which we fail to do in the current scenario. And secondly, you would understand the individual variations better if you're able to integrate all the different omics approaches into nutrition. So these are the two main reasons why we are trying to integrate multi-omics approach into nutrition. So if you look at the transition, what is happening today is from one size fits all approach to more of personalized or individualized nutrition approach. So can you someone tell me what do you mean by one size fits all approach? Is there a particular size that will fit everyone? Small size? I mean, everyone has different sizes here, right? Ranging from S, M, L, XL, double XL, triple XL, and so on. So if I get one t-shirt and then asked to fit into everyone, will it fit? And how do we really do it with nutrition alone? So it's very similar, right? So you're just a t-shirt with one size, and then it's just like asking everyone to fit inside that. We are just taking one plan, and then we are expecting everyone to fit in. So that is something that's the missing link that we have to understand in nutrition, and we have to really minimize that gap, and we learn how to minimize it. So if you look at the dietary guidelines issued for Indians in 2024 by ICMR, so we are following this kind of a guideline that's issued by the authority. So if you look at this, so it says like everyone in Indian population, we're going to follow this, and it's recommended to follow such kind of guidelines. But are we looking at the genetic variability? Are we looking at the uniqueness of the individual? The answer would be no. Then how do we minimize these differences? So one plate cannot fit everyone, right? So all the Indians, whether it is a group of population with certain parameters, like all Indians who are like within a certain age group, certain gender, with certain activity, we are recommending this type of a meal plate. If you ask the question, are they considering the genetic variability? Are they considering the differences that exist among individuals? The answer would be no. Then what should be done if the answer is no, is what we are going to see in today's session. So here I want to present, it's a paper, and if you ask me whether all the omics integration is really making sense, is it meaningful to integrate, I'll just show you the example of the difference between one size fits all and an individualized nutrition approach. So this is a paper which talks about a polymorphism of the gene called as the MTHFR gene. This MTHFR gene is involved in folate metabolism. Okay, so do you remember how much folate is required for Indian girls like of your age? As per the ICMR, folate is vitamin B9, right? Do you remember the nutrient requirement for your age group as issued by the ICMR? How much folate is required? You have any idea? No? Okay. So let's understand this article first. So this research paper talks about a gene called as the MTHFR, which is involved in folate metabolism. So here it talks about the MTHFR, this particular variant called as A1298C. And according to this paper, it says that the CC genotype carriers have decreased enzyme activity, which means this group of people who carry the CC genotype are at increased risk of folate deficiency. Whereas if individuals are carrying CT genotype, they have a normal enzyme activity. So here what happens is, this is a folate biochemical pathway. What happens when you ingest folate? So it gets converted into tetrahydrofolate and then 5-methylene tetrahydrofolate, then 5-methyl tetrahydrofolate. And you could see the vitamin B complex like B12, B2, B6 access cofactors for the enzymes which helps in the folate metabolism. So for those people who are at a higher risk for folate deficiency, and especially this type of enzyme or genetic variant carrier, we usually suggest the following recommendation. So instead of giving folate, they get benefited with supplementation of 5-methyl folate and methionine restriction. Do you remember what is methionine? What is methionine? It's an amino acid, right? So why do you have to restrict methionine? Methionine is an amino acid which has a tendency to recycle back to homocysteine. So if a person is having a folate deficiency due to the risk or the genetic variant, you can probably restrict methionine in those individuals so that they will have a kind of homocysteine balance. And then vitamin B12 and B6, as I said, they act as a cofactor and betaine and cysteine-rich foods. So only when you understand nutrition and its interaction at a molecular or cellular level, you can differentiate and understand what needs to go inside the meat food. So this is the difference between personalized nutrition and a population-based dietary guidelines. So I asked you what is the requirement, folate requirement, right? So men, especially Indian adults, require 300 microgram per day, whereas the women needs about 220 microgram per day, and pregnant women needs about 570 microgram per day. So this is what the ICMR dietary guidelines has issued related to the nutrient requirements. But we don't really consider the differences in the genetic variation, which is causing a lot of disturbance, unless and until you provide the food or the nutrient that is genetically appropriate, there will be a missing gap, or you could see the disease progression because it's inappropriate. So here in personalized nutrition approach, we are trying to stratify the population based on genotype. So for CT genotype, you can obviously stick on to the same recommendation because they have a normal enzyme activity. And for those individuals who are carrying CC genotype, where they have a decreased enzyme activity, you could actually recommend them with a high level folate supplementation, or you could give them methionine restriction and whatever recommendation I mentioned so far. So the genetic testing will help us to identify whether the individuals are carrying CT or CC or TT genotype. So based on the genetic variation, you are providing the individuals with necessary recommendations rather than assuming that the nutrients which are recommended or which are provided by the ICMR guidelines could fit everyone. It's like one t-shirt, we are trying to fit in everyone, right? We are assuming that the entire population requires these amounts, which is not true. So this is the difference between personalized nutrition and the population-based guidelines, that is generic nutrition approach. So have you heard of the term nutrigenetics? And have you heard of the term nutrigenomics? Is there someone who can tell me here what the difference between the two? Do you believe that there are two terms, or is it just the same? Different. It's a different term. So can you mention what could be the difference between the two, if you know? Yes.
And nutrigenetics, the genetic makeup influences the nutrients that we eat.
Okay.
Yeah, somewhere along.
Okay. And what is the other one?
Yeah, how the food we eat affects our genes, genetic makeup.
Okay. Very good start to begin with. So she has understood that if a food or the nutrients present in the food is affecting gene function or gene structure or gene expression, it is referred to as nutrigenomics. Whereas when the gene variations present in the body is influencing the response to the food or nutrients that you eat, is referred to as nutrigenetics. So usually in today's scenario, most of the dietitians, they use these two terms interchangeably without understanding the context. So if I say nutrigenetic testing, then we are testing the genetic variants present in the body, and we are suggesting something that would be relevant to the SNPs or the genetic variations. But if you're studying about how food is influencing the gene expression, it is referred to as nutrigenomics. So we will see how these interaction between nutrients and genes are affecting or is actually determining the overall outcome of health or disease is what nutritional genomics is all about. Nutritional genomics is a bigger umbrella of science, and nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics are like two sides of the coin. It goes hand in hand together. It's a two-way relationship. So you can't really make it out like this is better or that is better, because it's always nutrigenetics. You analyze the gene variation, and then you suggest or recommend food again based on the gene expression. So it's always a two-way relationship, and this goes better in understanding about the body and how it interacts with the cellular level. So what we exactly mean by genetic variation is this. So if there is the DNA sequence is usually like this. So there are 4 nucleotides. Do you remember 4 base pairs? What are those? Adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine, which makes up the DNA. So this is the sequence. One individual could have that sequence, another individual could have this one. So where A is replaced with G, adenine is replaced with guanine. And this difference is what is making us so unique in the way you look, way you respond to certain food, and why you're gaining weight and the other person doesn't gain weight with the same food. So all these are determined by this genetic variation, which are called as the SNPs or single nucleotide polymorphisms. So the spelling mistakes we call it, all the SNPs is what is contributing to the human metabolic individuality. So why the person becomes so unique is because of the single nucleotide polymorphism. And what she said is the genes, if it influences the response to food. So what is in the genes is these SNPs in the genes is what is making the difference, and it is what is determining the response to the food. So do you remember PKU? Have you heard about this stuff? Yeah. Yes. What is PKU? Yeah. Very good. So what is the condition all about? So what is actually the factor which causes PKU? So which characterizes PKU? So the person will not be able to diagnose? Okay, and what happens if the person is not able to diagnose? It gets accumulated and the level goes up, right? So PKU is a very typical example of gene-nutrient interaction where you say because the person has a defective gene called as phenylalanine hydrolase gene, so the phenylalanine in the blood goes up, and as a result of which they have very typical symptoms of gastrointestinal discomfort or they have cognitive related symptoms. So what happens here is if you restrict phenylalanine or limit phenylalanine in the food, automatically these conditions get reversed. So this means that the gene is interacting with the food. So this is not today, it's been like 50 years. Like if you look at Crossbook, you could actually talk, I mean, they would have really talked about dietary management of PKU. So nutrigenetics is not something new. But one fascinating thing or specific thing about PKU is it's one single gene that is causing this condition. So whenever you're making an alteration in the diet, you're able to overcome it. So this is called as a monogenic condition. Only one single gene is involved. But in today's situation, you have cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, or obesity, which are multifactorial in nature, and multiple genes are involved, which is posing a challenge to dietitians. I hope this is clear, right, about gene-nutrient interaction. So whenever you make changes in the food, automatically the gene symptoms related to the genetic condition gets reversed, which means that there is a typical relationship or an interaction that is happening. So how many of you here are vitamin D deficient? Anybody? No one? Okay, I think most of us are vitamin D deficient because we don't get sunlight exposure, nor we are very conscious about it. I will say everyone is vitamin D deficient, but the probability of being vitamin D deficient is on the higher side. So similarly, if you look at the NIN guidelines, I'm not complaining about NIN guidelines, but there is more to it which we need to start considering before suggesting diet recommendations. So if you look at men, we need about 600 IU per day, women 600 IU per day, or pregnant women. So if somebody is vitamin D deficient, what would be your suggestion? So what food sources would you normally suggest? What are the food sources that are rich in vitamin D? Egg yolk, fish, cod liver oil, and then sunlight exposure. Any other recommendations that you normally give? Okay, let's look at this. So this is vitamin D metabolic pathway. In short, I'll tell you. So whether you get it in a D2 form or D3 form, once it enters the body, it follows a similar path. It goes to the liver where it gets hydrolyzed and it's in the form of calcitriol. And then further it goes to the kidneys where it's broken down. Again, it gets converted into calcitriol. And there are certain receptors or transporters which actually takes vitamin D into the cells. So just like PKU, there's only one effective gene that is involved in causing PKU. Whereas in vitamin D deficiency, you have so many genes that are involved. So from cholesterol to cholesterol conversion, there is a reductase gene that is involved. And if you look at the kidneys, so there is a cytochrome protein involved, and there is a hydroxylase gene involved, and VDR is a gene which transports it. So what I'm saying here is there are multiple genes involved in vitamin D metabolism. So if you have a defect in any of these genes, it will result in vitamin D deficiency. Unless you identify the root cause, you won't be able to identify vitamin D deficiency or address the vitamin D deficiency. So in spite of getting sunlight, in spite of taking the food sources that you mentioned now, so you could see there are a lot of individuals who doesn't recover from vitamin D deficiency. That is because we don't address the root cause. And all these genetic analysis can be done when they test for genes, and then you can identify which is the root cause for causing the disease. So what we do normally is, these are the gene specific recommendations. I'll just spell out one or two. So as I said, to R1. So you could give like wheat germ or peanuts or vegetable oils, and for all the cytochrome proteins, we can give vitamin D3 rich foods, and the vitamin D receptor. Yeah, here in the last one. So you could give vitamin D2 and D3 rich foods. So these are very gene specific nutrient recommendations. And if you look at resveratrol, so you've all heard about the resveratrol bioactive compounds present in grapes, right? So it also actually potentiates or influences the vitamin D receptor gene. So there is so much more to it when you learn about the genes, gene function, and how do you customize the nutrient recommendation based on the gene function. So this refers to as more personalized once you understand about the genes that are involved in the metabolism. And it's nothing but molecular nutrition. So you're understanding how nutrients are affecting at a cellular level, and then addressing the condition. Customized the nutrient recommendation based on the gene functions. So this refers to as more personalized once you understand about the genes that are involved in the metabolism, and it's nothing but molecular nutrition. So you're understanding how nutrients are affecting at a cellular level, and then addressing the condition. Customized the nutrient recommendation based on the gene functions. So if you look at another example, lactose, is there anyone here who is lactose intolerant? No one, luckily? Okay. But if I say so that 1/3 of the human population is lactose intolerant, you won't believe, right? We don't have symptoms, but we could still be lactose intolerant. And that is what we are missing in India. So do you know that India is the largest producer of dairy in the world? Yes. But 1/3 of our population is only lactose tolerant. The rest we are not, we won't be able to tolerate it. But we still drink coffee, tea, dairy, curd, whatever, ice creams. So we are actually consuming something which is genetically inappropriate for the body, and that is why we end up with so much non-communicable diseases. I think not only India but elsewhere in the world, there is no statistics which says there is a decline in any of the conditions like obesity or cardiovascular or in any kind of NCDs. So have you heard of any country which has published the statistics saying that we are able to show a drop in obesity in the last 50 years? No, right? Do you think like anything could be the reason? What could be the possible reason? So we have so many dietary interventions, we have so many healthcare strategies which are issued by various governments, but still we don't see any drop or decline in any of the statistics at any of the countries worldwide. So there is something missing, there is something inappropriate which should be addressed, and personalized nutrition approach is something that could address or give answers to that. So if you look at this study, the study findings, which was studied in India, like if this study was done in India in 2012, it was a genetic epidemiology study, and they actually took two polymorphisms that were being related to lactose intolerance. What they studied was the South Indians had lower lactose persistent frequency, which means that South Indians are lactose intolerant compared to North Indians. And then you could also see that Gujaratis are exhibiting highest in milk intake, whereas the Parsis being lowest. So if you look at this slide, so the normal dietary guidelines which was issued by the population says 3 servings of dairy. But do you think it is appropriate for our population where we have equal number of people who are lactose intolerant? We really need to consider these. So for a person who is not able to tolerate lactose, you should limit and then make sure they have their vitamin D and calcium and other food sources which could be limiting if they become lactose intolerant. And the other one is we need to segregate the population based on the genetic polymorphism. So coming up with a general guidelines won't really help because based on these guidelines is only the industry revolves and we keep promoting and propagating the milk intake. I'm not against milk consumption, but it should be something which is definitely appropriate for the body or genetic makeup. So how many of you have learned about obesity or have given diet plans for weight loss? Can you tell me one of the most important factors or reasons what causes obesity? Positive energy balance. So this is what we have been assuming so far, right? Whenever you eat more and spend less, so it results in weight gain. But are there any other factors which are involved in obesity? Genetics. It could be n number of factors that we can keep listing for obesity. So I just want to throw some light about it. It's not just the balance that is causing the obesity or the body weight regulation. There is so much more to it. There are a lot of hormones, peptides, enzymes, and genes which are causing it, which we need to understand. So if you look at the positive energy balance, as you mentioned now, there are genes that are causing it. So if you look at high energy intake, there are certain genes which are causing, which are associated with high energy intake, and there are certain genes like adipocue. Remember adiponectin? What is adiponectin? Have you heard? Yes, what is that? It's a hormone basically, and in obese people you will find that adiponectin hormone being low. So that becomes one of the biomarkers for assessing obesity. So you could see that adipocue gene is involved in encoding the enzyme adipocue, and UCP is an uncoupling protein. So I've just mentioned few genes here, but there are a lot more genes that are associated. There are more than 1,000 plus genes that have been associated with obesity right now, and regulation of body weight. So what causes the feeling of fullness and what causes hunger? So there are so much more to understanding the pathophysiology of obesity. If you want to give more precise solutions, if you want to bring down the rates of obesity, it's very important to understand the mechanisms which are causing obesity. I've just taken the appetite and satiety regulation pathway today, and I just want you to understand. So this obesity or body weight regulation happens at different levels. So the first one is cellular level, the next step is peripheral systems, and then it goes on to the central nervous system. So can you tell me what causes or what makes you feel hungry? I think we are nearing lunchtime, right? So you will feel the hunger pangs, you feel somewhat hungry. So what causes or what makes you feel hungry? How do you know whether you're hungry or not? Come again, one person at a time. Ghrelin hormone is secreted. So how do you know ghrelin hormone is secreted? One person. How do you know that you're hungry? Low energy. Very good. How do you say low energy? What is actually the unit of energy? Kilocalories. Kilocalories is from the food, but inside ATP. Very nice. So what happens to your ATP molecules inside your body when you're hungry? You don't know. So what happens inside? So you said all the answers are right. So you said the energy will become lesser. So how do you know energy? It's actually measured by ATP. So what happens to the ATP when you have less energy? Any answers? One person. Yeah, the ATP becomes lesser, right? That's a good point. So let's understand this better. So at cellular level, what happens is the ATP gets broken down, and that's why there's an energy decrease. What is ATP? Adenine triphosphate. So once that gets broken down, what happens? It becomes the adenine monophosphate, right? So when this ATP drops or ATP to AMP ratio comes down, that is when it actually stimulates a pathway called as AMPK cascade. So it's just a trigger, it's just a signal. So once the ATP drops down, energy level goes down. So this ratio gets skewed and it initiates a cascade called as AMPK cascade. So this happens at a cellular level. And then next, what happens is that is when your ghrelin and what is the other hormone? Leptin. Very good. So what is the role of leptin? Suppress the hunger. So it makes you feel fuller, right? So the other way to say it. So you have what is happening at the peripheral levels is you have two signaling systems. So one is episodic signals and one is tonic signaling. So episodic episodic signals are short term. So from breakfast to lunch, lunch to dinner, it is referred to as episodic signals. And then tonic signals are something like during Ramadan, you fast for 30 days. And then you go back again to eating your normal food. So that is like tonic signaling system. So that is influenced by the combination or the composition of the food as well. So what happens? So the episodic signals are triggered mainly by the glucose level, as you rightly said, with the ATP molecules. And then the ghrelin hormone is produced and it initiates and sends signals to your brain saying that you're feeling hungry. Whereas in tonic signaling, so it is determined by the levels of fat in your body, and based on the accumulation of fat in the adipose tissue, it determines or sends signals accordingly. And there are numerous peptides and enzymes that are involved. So once in the peripheral signals, it also reaches the brain. That is what we call it as gut-brain connection. So in the brain, what happens? There are two systems. One is hedonic system, one is homeostatic system. So there is a homeostasis or a balance in the body by default. So one is insulin. So what is the role of insulin? Yeah, it regulates. But how does it regulate? What exactly it does? It increases the uptake of glucose so that your glucose will come down in the blood. Okay, it reduces. What is the other one? Glucagon. What does it do? It will actually shoot up your blood sugar, right? So there is a balance by default in your body. So insulin and glucagon, ghrelin and leptin. So by default, in your body, there is a homeostatic system that is developed, and that is coded by many genes that are involved in encoding these encoded hormones. So what happens is I've just listed out peptides that are regulate appetite and satiety in your body. So this is what happens in our system. And you can see this is homeostatic system. So you have the ghrelin from the stomach, it goes to the brain and tells your brain that you're hungry. That is when you start eating. And then what happens? Leptin is stored where? In your body? Do you remember? Everything is in your adipose tissue, right? So leptin is stored basically in your adipose tissue. And when you feed the body, leptin hormone signals your brain saying that you're feeling full, and that is why you stop eating. So all these hormones are encoded by genes called as leptin gene or ghrelin gene, which again regulates the body. So here is a hedonic system. Hyderabad is known for biryani, right? So which is a good place to have biryani? Everyone. Okay. So you have certain places and you keep going to those places again and again. You know why? It is an addictive pathway. Just like drugs, food is also addiction and it follows a similar pathway of the hedonic system. And if you look at these again, the senses and the pathway is influenced by various genes and these are called as hedonic relative genes that is actually connected with emotional eating. So do you eat more when you're stressed? Is there someone who experiences? Or if you're stressed, do you eat ice creams or sugar? Do you think it's you or the genes that you're built is making you eat that? It's all the genes and the genetic patterns which have been inherited from the parents that makes you eat more, that makes you to specifically look out for some foods so to overcome your stress levels. So these are developing nutrigenetic recommendations, gene-specific foods. So rather than saying eat less, cut down your sugar, cut down your carbs, eat more proteins. So these are some gene-specific recommendations that we have developed in the institute. So because like we have curated various research articles. So just now I mentioned about adiponectin gene, right? So ADIPOQ is a gene that encodes for the hormone adiponectin. And when you have these adiponectin lower in obese people, you can give them avocados, chocolates, bergamot oil, and fermented soya beans, which will actually help in improving the function of the gene ADIPOQ. So likewise, if you're going to look at one gene and bring the recommendation specific to the genes, so the precision nutrition is all about giving precise recommendations based on the understanding of molecular nutrition. So this is a meal plate. As you first started, you always look for ABCDs of nutrition and chrometry, biochemical, clinical science, and dietary assessment. What we are trying to do is we are trying to integrate genetics into it And basically, we have so many parts of genomics and genetics, but what we are trying to do is we are trying to integrate genetic variations, and based on the genetic variations, we are trying to see how it can be integrated into the meal plate. So we can also include the information based on gut microbiome. Chrononutrition is something that is really coming up really well. Have you heard of chrononutrition? Intermittent fasting? What is intermittent fasting? So you eat in a particular time gap, right? A specific window. What actually it does to the body? So there is a biological clock inside, right, within every human being. So you're trying to set the biological clock and make it very regular, and that is why you keep eating within the window. So chrononutrition is something revolving around the biological clock and how nutrition can help to modulate the biological aging or the biological clock. So there are so many other factors which can be considered, but in today's session, we just saw how the variations can be used or to influence the choices that you make. So here, way forward will be like not just the genetic variations. We have genetic variations that nutrigenetics, and gene expression is nutrigenomics. So we are going to learn about how all these are culminated together and how it can bring in more precise and personalized nutrition in bringing down the diseases, or it can be effectively used in disease management. So moreover, in the view in the way forward, we expect that all the omics could be integrated, and how do you use and exploit these omics technology will be the future of nutrition. So you as a future nutrition leaders, you need to be equipped with the knowledge and you need to be future ready. So you shouldn't be just saying that you don't know about nutrition or you don't know about nutritional omics. So you need to be like really ready, getting exposed and getting yourself updated about the field so that anything that comes in your way, that any opportunity, or if suppose it opens up new opportunity, you should be ready to take it up. So with this, I would like to complete my session, and I feel that I've made justice to give you a spark of interest to explore further. And we are coming out with the next set of batch. If you want to further explore about nutrigenetics, you can always check out our online courses. There are several students from St. Anne's and nutrition department students who have taken up. So if you're interested, you could definitely give it a try. And if you want more information, we'll be posting the information in the group. And you can also write to me if you want to kind of explore more about nutrigenetics or nutritional genomics. And this is our website. Thanks for patiently listening, and it was great to be here. It's a kind of collaboration that's going on for the last 2 years, and we were able to do something really successful and really big this year. And I thank Nasrin ma'am and also Sir for putting it together. It's so nice to see a bigger crowd at a bigger event today. So we just started with something small, and we are happy that we are able to put things together. Thank you for your opportunity. We are open for questions. If anybody wants to ask anything, you can ask ma'am. Any questions, girls? Anybody? So I have a question, ma'am. I wanted to ask, like when we are having a personalized nutrition and when we are planning, doing a diet plan after biomedical parameters and anthropometry and everything. So when we are doing the gene study, like how you have told us, so one thing which came into my mind was, is it a costly affair when you read, when you go for when you go for these kind of tests, and when you want to know about how your genes are responding, and then you should have a proper diet plan. So if you can just elaborate how it goes, and because I want to know that. It's actually a good question because like most of us wants to progress. So this would be actually seen as a limiting factor, but here I want to make it clear. So the gene testing for nutrition is available at anywhere between 10,000 till 50,000 because it crosses the middleman. It actually can create a lot of, kind of upselling down. But if you look at spending 10,000 only once in a lifetime, it's just like your blood group. It doesn't keep changing, right? So if you're B positive, you will remain B positive throughout your life. So it's similarly, And these SNPs that you have in your body, it will be for your lifetime. So once you take the test, it's enough. But you see that as an investment. So rather than spending on metformin every day or the insulin every day, so it's going to be less effective, less costlier. But what I would say is that it also scales up to your opportunities. So because the hospital dietitian gets paid at around 15,000, I guess. I'm not sure about this region. Whereas a nutrigenetic counselors get paid about 45,000. Because obviously the amount of the money that goes in involves a lot of efforts as that. So if you're taking about like 1 hour to analyze the ABCDs, it will take about 1.5 hours to 2 hours, an extra time that is involved in understanding the genetic report and putting the pieces together as A, B, C, D, and G in the dietary assessment. So I think it's worth the money because you get more personalized as well as more precise recommendations. I think like if your patient comes to you and then asks why they're not able to lose weight, so it's always trial and error. So you keep trying out different things with them. It applies to anything, whether it's blood glucose regulation or whether it's lipid profile. So rather than spending on trial and error, so you get something more precise and it's more evidence-based as well. So if something like a oil or a egg yolk or cholesterol, so you have different notions and dilemmas surrounded in nutrition. But when it comes to nutrigenetics, it's more of rationalized, evidence-based approach, for which I think money is worth it. But you might have different opinions. I would like to hear as well. But this is something that you need to see as an investment in preventing the cause rather than curing or treating it. So I think prevention is always better and it's worth the money than managing or treating. Thank you for the wonderful session. Thank you. It is more, it's more like you telling about genetics rather than nutrition. Now genetics plays major role for nutrition, right? Now my question is, do you have pre-formed panels for testing for the genes, or it is again individual, like only one gene you are testing, or a panel of so are we going only for the vitamin D genes only, or we are having any other receptor genes such as, so panel is there or only single genes are there? Oh, good point, ma'am. Actually, this field is evolving and emerging in India. So I'm not talking about the Western population. So now it's actually taken up by different diagnostics. Let's say mentioned about like few diagnostics. Mark My Genome in Hyderabad, which is one of the oldest companies are into genetic testing. And there are also certain diagnostic companies now. I think Vijaya Diagnostic is something which is more popular here, right? I'm not sure what diagnostic is. You have IDPS, Metropolis, and you have Newberg Diagnostics, Reliance funded company. They're all jumping into personalized nutrition, into genetic panels. As ma'am said, so these are all predetermined panels, just like your master health checker package. So if you remember 20 years back, no one was ready to take a blood test. And again, the cost was a factor. And today, even 5 rupees, we get a blood strip and you can test your blood sugar. And even 2 rupees, I mean, the place where I belong, like I come from Coimbatore, South Tamil Nadu, so you get it for 2 rupees. So again, the cost is proportional to the number of people who take the test. So if more number of people take the test, I think the cost will also, the volume becomes more, obviously the cost factor will come down. And answering your point, it's all predetermined panels, but some company also have an option to customize it. So suppose for research, or if you want to do a clinical trial, or for you also, like if you are actually interested in getting one panel tested for vitamin D, means you have like set of markers for vitamin D, or if you want cancer, so focus on cancer related genes. So if you can actually bring out, so it'll be a little bit costlier if it comes to customization, but all the panels that are available today in the country from different companies, they're all predetermined. So just as I said, master health tracker package means you have like these listed down, right? So it's very similar to that. So you have all the genetic markers that are listed and they are provided to the customers. And one more challenge is these are all direct to consumer testing. So you don't need a healthcare professional like a doctor or dietitian who needs to prescribe this. This puts a challenge to all the nutritionists or future nutritionists because these are directly taken by the consumers, and then this also puts a risk for you. You have to be equipped, because I can just go to the website, pay the money, just like you buy in any of the portals like Amazon or Flipkart. So these are available in the company website. So all you need to do is pay, and then they will send the samples to your doorstep. So you collect your samples, and then you send it back. You get the remote again in your inbox. So you don't have to even walk out of your house. So the healthcare is changing. It's becoming more online based, e-commerce based. So if a person is coming to you with a report, just like a medical report, you must be in a position to read it, explain it to them in a better fashion, because it should make a difference, right? We have all done like 3 years, 5 years course of nutrition. You need to be like in a better position to understand and interpret the report rather than a third person without nutrition knowledge. So that's why we brought courses, workshops will actually help you to equip what is running in the industry. But you can customize it, ma'am. If you want specific panels, like specific markers of interest to you, definitely companies will do it. But with a little extra cost. Any other questions?
Thank you for timely and to call of us. So, yeah, when you read first the slide, you have shown that information phenotype that determines precision nutrition. But as a gents understand the different way, you can also incorporate that into your presentation. Why? Because whatever total phenotypic expression we are showing outside our in an interplay with phenotype and nutrition. My equation is V equal to P plus equation is yeah. Genetics plus gives you the final equation. Here, the context is different. What I am telling you, what happens in our body in a real physiological world is plus nutrition interact and give you the final phenotype.
Yes, sir. The environmental factors, one of the important environmental factors is the diet. So environment.
I am telling you, you can also view the other phenotype, final phenotype is purple nutrition. Because totality of gene and nutrition is a different phenotype.
Oh, that's correct. But what we are saying is nutrition is one of the phenotypes of what we consider. But what you say is also there. So there are different contexts. So we say it's always nature versus nurture. Nature is genes that you're born with, and nurture is the environment which nurtures you. So you could see like there are two parents, like mother and father, who are taller, but the child could be still stunted because of malnutrition. So it's always two that goes hand in hand together. It's not always genetics is the destiny, because you have the probability or the potential to change with nutrition.
So the equation depends how you interpret it. Because total phenotype is the effect of genes and another thing is these experiences are very much here. And all of them have food allergies, drugs to allergies to drugs are body. Really have listening to that polymer these
Not after there is like recession diabetes, anyone happening. Maybe they could look at it, but we haven't done that in the economic time.
that is also not parameters.
That could be that.
Really respond very well to nutrition.
Okay.
They respond to well as some nutrients they don't. In fact, they become suddenly allergic to something.
Okay.
Like fava beans. Even they have not a beta glycosides.
Okay.
They suddenly become reactive.
They're more responsive. Any other questions? Any other questions, sir? Anybody? Thank you so much, ma'am, for this visionary talk. Now, moving forward, we will move to session 3, and I would like to invite Ms. Bhavani Aula, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, to kindly introduce our respected speaker for the session. Bhavani. A very good afternoon, everyone. I feel more than privileged to introduce you all about our next speaker, Dr. Demalia Bhatt. So, He's a professor at the Department of Genetics, Ecology, and Evolution at Federal University of Minas Gerais at Brazil, where he introduced and teaches. He is also an scientist at the Institute of Integrative Omics and Applied Biotechnology, India. With decades of experience in both academia and industry, Dr. Bar is a global expert in integrative omics, based biomarker and target discovery in infectious, lifestyle, and precision health. Ranked among the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University and Elsevier, he has co-authored over 300 plus articles, 50 plus chapters, and 28 plus books with 8,500 plus citations to date across biomedical, cancer, nutrition, and personalized nutrition. Christine was the first to demonstrate that a specific bacterial cellulose derived from kombucha could serve as a potential biosignature for extraterrestrial life, with promising applications in future Mars and space colonization missions. Additionally, Dr. Barr pioneered the first precision health-based nutrigenomics approach to COVID-19, providing novel insights into why certain countries experienced disproportionately high mortality rates during the pandemic. So let us all welcome Dr. Jadmanja Barr. Sir, are we audible?
Yeah, I am audible. I'm audible.
Sir, kindly share your screen.
Just a moment. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen. Yes, sir, your screen is visible. I think we can start.
Just a moment. Just a moment. I think it's going wrong in my computer. Just a moment, please. Some glitch in computer, okay? Can you see my screen? I am not able to see my screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, you have enabled screen share, right?
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see. Yes, sir.
It's coming and going.
Sir, if you allow, can we share the screen from here because we have your presentation?
I think now it's fine, no?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. Okay,
Yes.
good. Good. I mean, extremely sorry.
Okay.
So, thank you everybody attending for this session, and good morning or good afternoon. So today, I was listening Dr. Jani's session. It was very nice, and she gave a wonderful overview of the nutrigenetics part and explanation. In this session, I will try to explain the AI, different AI things, how it can revolutionize the nutrition field. Okay, I'll try to restrict myself in the topic itself. So let's see. Okay. At the very beginning, I should start with our Indian eternal philosophy, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinam, Sarve Santu Niramanam. And this is the aspect of whether it is a precision medicine, precision nutrition, personalized nutrition, or whatever. Okay. So this is the main aim of anything, what we do. Now, in this session, I'll try to cover why AI in dietetics, precision nutrition, what is AI and how to use in dietetics, real-world AI tools or digital toolkits which dietitians require, or even somebody who is not dietitian or not expert in nutrition. If she is means expert in handling these tools, they can be also nutritionist or something like that. AI for food-based prediction, early intervention, and patient monitoring. So this is one aspect of precision nutrition, which is introduced by US in 2015 or 16. And then new AI in nutrigenetics, risk, limitation, ethics using AI in nutrition, and how to get started with AI in practice. Fine. So this is a very short overview I am trying to give, because each and every topic itself will take maybe 4 or 5 hours. So why AI in dietetics? Any answer? Anybody having any idea why we need AI in precision health or precision nutrition or whatever? Any idea? Okay, so if we look the scenario of disease and other aspects of the human life, mainly the complex aspect of human disease or lifestyle, the disease burden is actually increasing every year or every 5 years. Here is a WHO study where you can see that NCDs are the major chunk which is increasing rapidly over the years, followed by communicable maternal and other diseases and some injuries. But this is the non-communicable disease, or which we call a lifestyle disease. That is the major concern of any country or any nation. Fine. And among these non-communicable diseases or lifestyle diseases, you can see the cardiovascular disease, then cancers, then some muscular, skeletal-muscular disorder, mental disorder, which all the diseases except the infectious diseases, but infectious diseases also having some influence from lifestyle. But apart from that, whatever disease we face in India or wherever, they are mostly lifestyle diseases. And if you see the disease burden, India is the what I can say, the mothership of every disease or every lifestyle disease, followed by US or some Europe, African countries, China and Brazil. So wherever majority population is there or HDI is very high, they are having huge problem with lifestyle or this aspect and lifestyle associated diseases. So this is the burden, and also there is a demand. So increasing prevalence of diet related or lifestyle diseases, demand for personalized nutrition, because most of the things what we are seeing here, they are mostly in means developing countries or developed countries where HDI very high, no root in life or all those things. So therefore, when people are trying to stop these risk or some risk factors, they are going for personalized nutrition, and they are for a huge demand. And also there is a shortage of dietitian in many regions and many countries, mostly in, if you go to European and other countries, the system of healthcare is not like India. Okay, so there is a lot of shortage of dietitian. So these things are basically the background for AI, okay, to be used in whatever personalized nutrition, personalized health, whatever aspects. Now, what is precision nutrition? So this terminology has been coined by US in 2015, and they, as per the aim of this precision nutrition is similar to precision medicine. But when we are defining, the definition could be like this: precision nutrition is a personalized dietary approach that uses genetic, metabolic, microbiome, lifestyle, environmental data. So here, basically gene, lifestyle, and your gene, lifestyle, and your, what I can say, your environment. These three factors are interplaying, and we need those factors or markers from those areas for that person, and then use AI to tailor it, because this data will be used for the person, and physical processing is very difficult, and that's why AI will be required, and tailor the nutrition plan for optimal health, disease prevention, and improve treatment outcome. So this is a simplest definition which can define precision nutrition and why AI to be used. And here you can see in this diagram, these are the data for the person. Okay, it can be from electronic health record, then different wearable apps, then genetics, metabolic dietary input or daily routine, all those things. And this data will be huge, because every minute or every hour you need, and it should be maybe 5 months, 6 months data. So it's a huge data, and analysis of this data will be very difficult in manual way. So you need AI to analyze and pinpoint what is the specific marker, and for that, then AI itself can design what could be the food for this person with the help of a dietitian. And this will actually give you several benefits like personalized diet, reduce cost, okay, better outcome of the health, and also preventive approach. Okay, when we are talking about precision, it is, or there is a difference between precision and personalized medicine or personalized nutrition. When we are talking about precision, we are considering two additional aspects apart from the personalized health approach. That is the lifestyle, environment, and preventive approach. Okay, so that we can discuss in a different session when we can talk about precision health or precision nutrition. Now, to a better understanding what is the components and outcome of precision nutrition. So this circle gives you the inputs, okay, from a particular person, like personal data, genetics, okay, and clinical biomedical parameters, activity, meal timing, meal content, choice, metabolomics, several things, several omics data, okay. And this data will be processed for personalization and prediction for health risk and prevention through dietary intervention for that particular risk. And then it will give you the optimal health, disease prediction, disease prevention, and also one major aspect is diet as drug. So if somebody is diabetic, now instead of using metformin, how the diet can be used so that after a few days or few months or few years, metformin can be replaced and this diet can be continued to manage the blood sugar level. Now, this data is very huge for this person, and also it should be means analyzed in the prospect of a means global data. Okay, so this huge data and processing requires high-end computing and also help of AI so that it can process very fast, process accurately, and also predict all those things and give you the solution for this means aims. Correct? Now, what is AI and how to use in dietetics? Now, in simple way, what is AI means? It's a machine that learns, solve the problems, make a decision very quickly using machine learning or other approaches. So main component in this AI is the machine learning or algorithm or computer algorithm that can remember the things, that is the cognitive computing as well as decision making means making algorithms. Apart from ML, deep learning and NLP also used for different aspects. Apart other aspects, other means several languages are used, but these are the key languages used. Now, the aim is say like it is one size fits all to one size fits one. And if you see this graph here, it gives you a better idea where and why AI should be used in a dietitian's office. Now, this is, for example, a dietitian office. You are using machine learning for predictive analysis, personalized diet plan, behavioral pattern analysis. So many things can be done. Okay. And then natural language processing, it can be used for chatbots, consultation, voice recording, and other activities. Then computer vision, that some software are there. It can take the photograph and calculate what is the calorie of the milk. Okay, so food image recognition, and then nutritional estimation. Then recommender system also require meal recommendation for 5 days, 15 days, like that, and also supplement recommendation. So all these things will happen when you have these inputs, which I showed in a previous slide. Okay, and this dietitian office will perform these means outcomes using these computational approaches. Fine, but since we are dietitian or we are non-computing guys, we cannot do machine learning by coding or all those things. So there are a lot of apps, a lot of AI chatbots are there, which can help us to get those outcomes using those inputs. Fine. Now, okay, time saving and personalization improvement. Now, if you consider why we should go for a AI-based dietitian or dietetics. So this is the traditional person AI-powered dietitian's office or component which we require. Now here you see the first part is traditional dietitian office. So it's mostly, you see, it uses books, relies on different paper charts, time consuming, okay, focus on your face-to-face consultation, all those stuffs, manual record keeping, all those things happen. Basically, it is manual things and static, fine. But if you consider a modern dietitian office, what the modern dietitian will use, it uses tablets, which is dynamic real-time updates. It incorporates smart devices. Okay, smart devices means different kinds of chatbot or AI-based tools which uses machine learning, NLP, all those stuffs, and also enable remote consultation. So, like how I am giving you this this session through remote system. So you have heard about telemedicine. So telenutrition can be done using these things. and there are a lot of leverages, additional leverages are there. So it's basically a dynamic, patient-specific, adaptive, and it's just a real-time conversation you can always do with your nutritionist and also get recommendation from the nutritionist. Fine. So is it clear? Now, AI for smart meal planning and personalized recommendations. So there are a lot of tools. Okay. I'm not going much in depth. I'm just giving few examples which you can try, but they are paid tools. You have to also keep in mind several aspects which I will come later while using any tool. Fine. Now, from AI for meal planning, AI analyzes health status, genetics, performance, all those stuffs to create customized meal plans. So here, if you don't give the genetics, it will give you an generic information for the person. But how much input you will give for that person, that much specific information or specialized or tailor-made solution you will get for this customization or customized meal. Okay, it ensures perfect balance of macro, micronutrition, everything. So whatever your requirement, it will give you. And then you can do the nutrigenetics in integration. So nutrigenetics, as in previous session you understood, this is the very minute part of nutrigenomics. So since I work in nutrigenomics, I will prefer to shift from nutrigenetics to nutrigenomics, which gives you more wide information and more wide applicability. Fine. So, which is very limited. Maybe if I consider in percentage, nutrigenetics will, so if you go for a whole genome sequencing, nutrigenetics will give you suppose 10% information. But if you go a nutrigenomics approach, for example, expression or metabolomics, mainly expression, it will give you more than 70% information for the person, including the variation whatever in the genome itself. So that is the benefit. Now, how this the meal plan algorithms work? It takes the age, gender, health condition, preferences of food, then so many other parameters, how much you want to give, that much precise I told, and then it will select the foods, adjust the proportion, and give you the result, what will be the tailor-made solution for this person. And you can update based on 15-day interval or how many days you want. That tool can give you that information also. Fine. Now, real world tool, if you want, there are Samsung tool, Dr. Trust tool, so many tools. Okay. You give the specific information, it will give the recommendation for that. But the thing is that these are all mostly will be generic if you don't specify the criteria for the particular person. Okay, so that skill you need to develop. So if you want to use AI, you need to develop the skill how to use the AI, whether whatever the outcome the AI tool or this kind of software are giving, that is whether it is applicable to the particular person, whether it will improve, that you need to understand, and based on that you need to consider the tool, or you need to set the input for that particular tool, because these tools are all having this machine learning ability and they can remember those things. Fine. Now, AI generated diabetic meal plan, if you go for this, okay, it will give you simple oatmeal or all those things. I'm not going much in detail about these nutrition aspects. So if you try to generate a nutritional meal for a diabetic person, you give all the inputs like what is the BMI, then what is the sugar level, what is the HB1AC, all those stuffs. Okay. Then also you give the lipid profile and other biomedical parameters. Then if you have the genetic information, give that. If you have the microbiome information, give that. So whatever information for the person, you give that, and then it will give you this kind of a means dietary chart with the calories for each means diet it is recommending, and it can be for 15 days, 30 days. So it depends on what you want to means do with these tools, or what you are asking for the tool. So day 1, day 2, like that, 7 days meal plan, 15 days, 1 month, 6 months, like that. But ultimately, you see here, it is reducing the carbohydrate, increasing the protein, and reducing also the fats, and maintaining the calorie. So this approach or this diet chart, you need to understand whether it will suit for that particular patient or not. For example, here you see oatmeal, china, berries, all those stuffs are there. Fine, breakfast. Now, do you think it is very affordable, or it is affordable for a common Indian person? It may not be. So there are other factors like environmental factors. As I told in precision nutrition, you need to also consider the environmental factors. So environmental factors is not like the weather things. Okay, so like socioeconomic status, then you need to the work culture, all those stuffs in which the person is living. Okay, so all those factors also you need to consider to tailor made this for this particular person. Okay, now prediction of or early intervention and patient monitoring. This aspect is very important for precision nutrition if we want the diet should be used as drug. Fine. Now here, few things I should mention, that some tools will be required. Okay, tools means they are different wearable devices, like what we use, smart watches. Okay, it records your heartbeat, how many steps, all those stuffs. Okay, then glucose monitoring things. So continuous glucose monitoring. So I ate now 1 or 2 idlis, suddenly the spike happens. So it will immediately inform me that, okay, your blood sugar is getting high, you need to stop this eating or something you need to do. So those real-time tracking system will be required. Okay, then this tracking system also will alert you that what is happening in your body when you are doing this or taking this kind of food, and which time you are taking the food, all those stuffs. Okay, and also it can give you alarms, other things. So it will ultimately give you and real-time data which is actually storing in your means what I can say, in the cloud, and that can be used to train those AI tools and get a personalized diet for the person with a specific dose. Dose means how much, what you should take, when you should take, and how to reduce the risk of these things. Now, if you don't go for the risk reduction, this approach also will tell you that what kind of risk you are developing basically. So because based on that, it is recommending you that you eat these things at this time, so that you can stop this happening of diabetes at your 35 of age, year of age, like that. So basically it is first identifying the risk, and it is trying to give you a dietary solution to prevent those conditions. Fine. Now, this prediction model, as I told, you need a diet, lifestyle, and genetics. Now, in genetics, it we call as an internal factor. Fine. Internal factor means it can be gene, it can be your the constant factors, gender, all those stuffs. Now, when I am talking about gene, it is not only DNA, okay, or DNA variations. It would be all kinds of omics you are having in your intrinsic condition. That is your genomics, your proteomics, means from DNA, everything is happening, okay, with the response of lifestyle. So there is a gene environment lifestyle interaction, and that is happening. So in this genetics part, you need to consider not only the SNPs or DNA, because it gives a minimal information. When we are talking about omics level, when this omics is nothing but the as a whole approach. This omics term actually came from our own Sanskrit word, which actually talks about as a whole or sum total of the things. So when we are considering omics, or this omics means when we are considering genomics, it is not only the gene, it is entire factor, transcriptome, everything. So we are giving different names, but basically all those means molecular aspects you need to consider. Because if we consider only on, for example, vitamin B synthesis pathway or some pathway based gene sequencing to see what is my vitamin D or vitamin B level could be, that may not be correct, because this omics approach, when we are considering, there will be signalome also. So one pathway is like another pathway going, so multiple pathway running simultaneously. So they are interacting with each other. So only one VDR, for example, variation may not be the key reason to lower the vitamin D level of the body. Okay, so there could be multiple things. So in this aspect, instead of means variation, if we go for gene expression, that will be better. Fine. So these are the means things. So in these interactions is very complex, and AI can do it very quickly and give you a customized solution for that. So this is a representative figure. So it is risk calculation, then means based on a different parameters which you are taking. Okay, and then dietary intervention and the effect, cost saving and better health outcome. Now, what are the main things we need for the prediction purpose? So we need the electronic health record. So this electronic health record, so generally, if somebody is not going for going any time in a hospital, so this is very difficult. So we need to ask the persons with a specific form, that in the case history or something like that we need, along with the blood report or hormonal report, vitamin report, all those stuffs. Then wearable, the person should use these apps, and also if has genetic information, means whether SNPs or expression, all those stuffs, and microbiome data. But these are costly, so many people do not have. So if somebody doesn't have the genetic information, how to customize that customized diet for that person? So that is a big question, but it can be done using AI approach. Okay, then different survey or other means information for this person. So if we have this information and put into this system, it will give you, okay, this AI predictive model will give you daily early intervention or dietary intervention for prevention of a specific condition. But this accuracy, it depends on the information itself which you are feeding, as well as the prediction model used by the AI tool itself, or if you are developing the AI application for by yourself. So if I use some data from Indian person and using a prediction tool which is used for European people, okay, so that will give you a completely wrong dietary intervention for that particular person for risk prevention or something like that. So everything should be tailor-made. So AI predictive model should be also in Indian specific, or even in India, if you go every 10 kilometers, the food and lifestyle changes. So every pocket, but it is very difficult. So maybe state-wise or food habit-wise, we need to create this model. Fine. So these are the problems, or these are the challenges what we feel. Now, what are the essential tools for dietitians at this current moment if you want to use the AI for personalization of diet? So there are a lot of tools, hundreds of tools available, and each tool are specific for each purpose. But Here is a list of C20 I have given, but they are different, you see. ChatGPT and Gemini, they are research, but these are the best tools so far because they are having huge cognitive ability and multiple countries are using, multiple people are using. But these other things are basically nutrition specific, okay? And they will give you a specific information. For example, if you use the bio advisor, okay, food advisor, it has a lens camera in it's a mobile app. It will take the photograph and calculate the calorie, okay, and then it will tell you you are taking this much of calorie, that much it can do. But this will also be useful. I am not telling this is not required. This will help you to understand how much calorie you are taking from which particular component of your entire meal, right? So that information you can feed into Chat GPT or Gemini with specific prompt to tailor-made the person's specific intervention or specific food requirement. So this is the thing you need to do. Lot of tools there are. So basically, tools, its function, whether it is free or paid. So free tools are generally low in standard, or it doesn't give much important information. But if you go for a Chat GPT or Gemini and paid version, it itself can do the analysis of several things, including your genome analysis, microbiome analysis. All these things can Gemini or Google AI can do. But most importantly, clinical evidence or the applicability you need to understand. So as a dietitian, you need to evaluate this thing first before applying to the person, whether whatever output you are getting for the person, that will actually suit or not for that person, that you need to understand. Okay, so because AI tools are basically a supporting thing for you, so that you can process the data very quickly, get some idea from that AI things what could be done for this person. But ultimately, you need to validate, you need to tailor-made by yourself, okay, the meal planning for the person. Now, nutrigenetics, as it is discussed thoroughly in this. So this is basically a study of the gene-diet interaction. So when I'm talking about gene-diet interaction, it is not only the DNA is interacting directly with the food. It is very, very rare. So gene will produce something, protein, which may be enzyme, which may be a hormone or something like that, will interact with the food, because DNA cannot directly bind sometimes with the food or nutrient particles. So that is the thing. And AI helps you to uncover the complex pattern of genomic interactions with the food. Fine. So here nutrigenetics basically single gene, single diet, or single nutrient. But here nutrigenomics means as a whole, entire genome, how it is interacting with the entire diet, different components of the diet, and what is the outcome. So at expression level, at metabolic level, at your what is called or lipid level, several things here will come. Now, if you go for nutrigenetics approach also, GWS data and diet logs, if you directly put in these AI tools with specific prompt, it will analyze and give you a polygenic nutrition profile for customized to the particular person, provided you are providing other parameters for the person, like your person's lifestyle, socioeconomic conditions, or other environmental, everything. I will show you one example at the very end, so you understand what kind of data you need to put in the tool. Fine. So, and polygenic nutrition profile means it is not only that folate metabolism, MTHFR, or TCL, those genes only. So it will scan entire genome when we are talking about whole genome approach. and will find what are the SNPs present in the person. Okay. For example, in carbohydrate sensitivity, there is not only single gene or single SNP involved in the carbohydrate sensitivity. There are multiple genes, multiple SNP. So if this SNP is there in this person, what could be the risk? If these two SNPs for carbohydrate synthesis are there, what could be the risk? Like that, it will create a polygenic risk score for this person for the particular nutrient things, and will give you the specific diet recommendation for that particular person. Fine. And this is one example, like ApoE, everybody knows. So I'm just skipping this part. Now, this is an old report which Nutrigenetics companies do. They actually consider the chip approach. So they have already defined SNPs in their chip and do the hybridization like a microarray and see if this SNP is positive, what could be the risk. Like that, you see here, for example, carbohydrate sensitivity, low carbohydrate diet requirement they are telling, because they have used these are the SNPs in that panel and found these are the SNPs present in the person. Okay, or genotype present in the person, and they are giving a synthetic scoring system. But this is not a polygenic score. This is just an qualitative score that, okay, this SNP is found in 5,000 people across the world in 5 different countries. Okay, so give it 4 star. This SNP found in, for example, 200 people in only 1 countries, and that is also very Nigeria or something like that. Okay, give it then 1 star or something like that. In that way, star system is used by these companies. Okay, based on this star system, they are giving you a carbohydrate, low carbohydrate requirement, and then they are giving you what could be your diet plan in, and what could be the main stuffs in the diet. But this is a very, very cautious thing you need to consider. These companies, whatever company currently working in practice, they are over promising, and you need strong validation for those companies whether they are doing rightly or not, because there is no much nutrigenetics study in India. So we don't have Indian specific SNPs so far very much. Okay, not much available. Only few available. Lactose intolerance available. Then VDR probably available, and they are also in different pockets. So if you use these companies, they are using these statistics from different countries, which may not be applicable for the Indian population. So you need to be very, very cautious, and you need to interpret these things and consider what could be your approach or what you need to consider from this report for the particular patient. Fine. So what are the risk? Data quality or quality of data. So whatever the data you are getting from the person, because they are very personal information, whether they are accurate or not, that you need, that is the one concern. Okay. Important thing, the missing health data. So if a person is coming to a nutritionist, basically they might be from gym, they might be from different stressful industries. Okay, so that they don't have a routine life. So if some person doesn't have a routine life, they also don't have the entire health report. So every 6 months, any medical report, it's very difficult to get from any IT person. Okay, so those things are very, very important. So we need at least to give a proper health solution in nutrition based. We need at least 1 year health record minimum, so that we need to understand what is the trend of the person in taking food or stress or other physical, physiological, and other environmental activities. And also, see, if we consider the nutrigenetics, there will be no change in gene variation, but there will be very, very much change in the gene expression, because it is a very dynamic. Every 15 days, if you check your gene expression, it will vary. If you take just 2 pav bhaji today at this time, and after 5 minutes you go, your gene expression will change. So these dynamic things we need to consider in if we want to go for a very promising or effective what I can say, a diet plan for the person. Fine. Second is ethical concern, but nobody is nowadays maintaining the ethics. We don't have any gene regulation for DNA testing or something like that. And also there is no transparency in application of AI. So this is a very big concern. Okay. So then safety also, whatever data you are feeding, they may be stolen or they may be fabricated, so many things. Then over reliance of AI, that is very important. You cannot blindly believe AI, whatever giving you apply to the person, it won't work. It is very risky. So AI will not replace your job, okay, but it will help you to be more professional, and you need to you should be in a driver's position to run the AI, so it should not ride on you. So whatever AI is giving out as an outcome, you should tell, okay, I found XYZ is suspicious that it may not work for the person. You ask that AI, it will tell you why it has recommended this thing. And if you feel that, okay, this diet plan which is given, it is not for example, Telugu people, it is for Delhi people or North Indian food. So you must ask, okay, you give me the traditional Telugu food for this person. So in that way, you rectify these outputs as per the person's requirement or person's condition. Then regulation and standard. So these are very far. If we are not maintaining the ethics, so regulation is also not a problem at this moment. But it will come in place in coming few years. So we need to also be very cautious about the regulation and standards when we are going for the export or when we are counseling the foreign customers or something like that. Okay. Now, getting started with this AI in practice, how to start with this? So first thing you need to do, you need to understand the basic computer things. It's not the computing, coding, all those stuffs. Just Excel, some statistics, or you need to understand which statistics is good, whether p-value will be good or odds ratio will be good, like that. And fundamentals of ML, machine learning. Just try to understand the logics, how it works, not the coding. Then, most important, since you people are nutritionist, you are not going to develop the tool itself. You will use some chatbot or you create the chatbot. So in the chatbot creating, you need to use the prompt engineering. So this part is very important. Which kind of prompt you will use so that you will get the your expected results with high accuracy. That is important. And try small tools before it integration, okay, into the system or something like that. So basically, these are the few steps I can say. Outline your first goal, whether you are specialized dietitian for diabetes or lifestyle diseases or a sport expert, something like that. And then assess the quality and data source. So you gather data from Indian origin, feed in the chatbot if you are creating by yourself, and then choose the right AI technology. Means here both I combined. So if you use chat GPT, fine, you can use that also. Then train your model, because of how much you are giving this information and correcting that, okay, you gave this info outcome, this is not correct, it should be this. So in that way, train the system and validate your model, and then apply with the what I can say, expected result, and see whether it is giving the expected result as per your assumption or not. And then again recalibrate the tool, and then start using when you see it is giving at least 90% accuracy, use for the customers, like that. So these are the tools you can take a screenshot. These are the tools you can try to use or try to get familiar if you want. in your, if you want that AI should be in your desk, so you can use these tools one by one, learn and apply. You can and see which is best suiting for your purpose. Fine. That is the thing. And if you have any doubt, now you can tell. Or now we are working on various nutrigenetics, nutrigenomics basically aspects for different diseases for in different countries. Why, for example, in certain countries prostate cancer is very high and certain countries prostate cancer is very less. So what is the environmental, or what are the behavioral, or what are the genetic factor behind this kind of high and low rate of the population in breast cancer for those particular countries. And if we identify those markers for the risk, that marker itself can be used for preventive purpose. So this kind of research we are doing currently. So and that is purely at a nutrition aspect or food aspect. So if you are interested to join any of our this kind of research work, which could be published in a very high impact journal, you are welcome, anybody. So that's the thing. Yeah. Now, if you have any question, please.
Any questions? Anybody? Yes, sir, we have one question from our student. So my question is, there is two lines between using AI and overusing AI. So how do we not overuse it, and how do we not get replaced by it?
I'm sorry, your voice is not audible. Can you be a little louder, please?
Yeah. Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, little, yeah, better.
Okay, so my question was that there is a thin line between using AI and overusing AI. So how do we not overuse AI? I mean, how to not get it replaced by?
Okay. So when I was at master level, no, that time there was a huge gimmick of biotechnology, and I also joined biotechnology. Later, I changed my course because I found whatever in my course, that is the subject of the biotechnology for 2 years. So at this moment, AI is getting an hype. So if you want to learn AI, learn this, but don't try at this moment for application. Learn how it is working, how it is giving different tailor-made solution for the same person. Just you change one parameter of the person, it will change the entire profile. I'll show you one thing. Let me see if I have. So what kind of personal information you need to give, I am giving you. And what kind of data you will get. Okay. Can you see my screen? If you have time, please. Where it is? Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
You see, this is a prompt for your a Tamil Nadu man for weight loss. The person, he came for the weight loss, for having diabetes, and also wants to diabetes and hypertension prevention. So this is the main aim of the person who came to me. What is his condition? So what kind of data you need to collect? You need to collect basic demographics. So age, gender, height. So these are the internal your constituents. Fine. Gender, height, weight, everything. Main important region from where it is coming, and dietary type. What type of diet he is taking. Okay. Then health status. What is the condition? So you are giving details. fine, details, miscellaneous and supplement, whatever. Then biomedical parameters, what is the HB1AC, fasting glucose, XYZ, whatever available, and their interpretation, or if you don't give the interpretation, fine, only the value you give and normal range you give. So which is present in his report. Then metabolic test, whether he has any metabolic test or not. If has having, then it is very good. So you are giving this information, and then you are giving other traits what are the person is having. He has increased appetite, tendency towards accumulation in abdominal fat, all those stuffs. So those things also you need to. So every minute things at least you are giving to the AI tool, and then genetic profile if the person is having, then you give it. Microbiome profile, lifestyle. This is very important. Okay, lifestyle profile. Which time he is waking up, which time he is taking meal, physical activity, water intake. Okay, then sleep quality, which kind of exposure the person is having, whether he is having an exposure of XYZ chemical or something like that. They are very, very important. Whether the person is taken 2 dosage of COVID vaccine or 3 or 4 doses. So that is also very important at this moment. Okay, then addiction, socio-economic activities, stress level, then diet preference. This is very important, because if you give somebody a non-veg person, give a vegetarian diet, he will not come or she will not come to you next time. So the vegetarian preference is very important. Then what is the goal? This goal is, you need to clearly define the goal in the prompt itself, and timeline also. You want to achieve this in 6 to 9 months, and also give the additional information. And after taking all those things, you ask the your AI chatbot that please create a complete high performance daily diet plan that includes early morning breakfast XYZ. It should be 7 days meal planner with Punjabi. So it is athletics goal. Okay, sorry. Oh, confused. Yeah, this is the, I think, yeah. So give Tamil specific, traditional specific recipe for weight loss, supplement suggestion, physical activity, exercise plan, yoga plan, XYZ, whatever you want. Give this information and give this prompt. If you give this information and prompt, you will get an where it is, you will get a report like this. Okay, calories, morning what, simple diet plan. Okay, how much, everything it will give within a fraction of second. But you need to, and also you see it is giving tips, because it is asking quit smoking. The I gave the person is smoking, addicted. Okay, hydration, everything it will give. Fine. It will give you also which kind of sambar you prefer, everything. Okay, mixed vegetable sambar. It may give you a light sambar or some other sambar also, based on the your whatever the chart or data you are inputting and prompt you are giving. So this kind of things you can practice for your own what is called own understanding or own practice. But at this moment, application of this thing directly without a good knowledge of nutrition will be very risky. That is the thing. Okay. Any question?
Thank you for providing us a practical approach to use AI in the field of nutrition. Thank you so much for taking out time, sir.
Thank you so much.
Now, for all the participants, there is an announcement that those people who have enrolled in oral presentations and poster presentations, so we will have a lunch break for half an hour, and after that, your presentations will start. So before you go for the lunch break, for poster presentation, just beside the conference room near the landing. You can put up your posters and then you can move forward for the lunch. And those who are doing the oral presentations, after having lunch, you can move to the first floor, that is the Ekman Hall, AV room. There, your presentations will proceed after we complete the lunch. Okay, so for all delegates and faculty, the lunch is placed in teacher diploma lab, that is room number 29 on the ground floor. And for students, it's in the second quadrangle in the food lounge. So kindly join us for lunch, and after 30 minutes, sharp 30 minutes, we will again continue with the next session. Others? Attendance sheet will be provided again after the lunch break. So those who are not presenting poster or oral presentation should be seated in this room only. Thank you. All the participants are requested to move to food now as soon as possible. Guys, if you miss your lunch, then we are not responsible. इसीलिए थोड़ा जल्दी
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Are we audible?
Yeah, I'm audible. For you people?
Yes, sir. So just 2 minutes and we'll begin the session.
I'm visible. Okay.
No, sir.
Yes, open the, yeah, now, yeah.
Yes, but now we can see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is.
So shall we share the PPT?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I request all the participants to kindly maintain silence and please take your seat. Welcome back, everyone. Let us dive into session 4. I would like to invite Ms. Amrul Shimaila, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, St. Anne's College, Hyderabad, to introduce our next esteemed speaker for the session. Shimaila.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shamala, Faculty Department of Nutrition. Take great privilege in introducing the next speaker of the session, Dr. K. Rajendra Rasa. Sir has MSc and PhD in genetics from Usmania University, Hyderabad. He also has completed postdoctoral research at INRA, France, and University of Miami, USA. Currently, he is serving as scientist head of animal facility at ICMR NIM. He specializes in molecular genetics, epigenetics with a focus on genetics and epigenetic spaces of nutrient-related communicable disease. Research explored how maternal and paternal nutrition imbalance and metabolic disorders in critical development window influence health outcomes across generations, particularly through epigenetic modification of imprinted genes. These insights aim to inform genome-based nutritional interventions to prevent or delay diseases such as obesity and type 2 diabetes. Sir has also authored one book, 6 book chapters, over 60 research papers, and has also guided numerous doctoral students. He has received several honors, including the B. N. Shakti Memorial Young Scientist Award, ICMR International Fellowship, and visiting this position at Rockefeller University and the Cancer Institute of New Jersey. Is an active member of multiple professional bodies, including the Nutrition Society of India, International Society for Genomics and Evolutionary Microbiology, and Laboratory Animal Sciences Association. I now request Sir to begin the session. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you can begin the session.
Yeah, please share the slides now.
Yes, sir, we are sharing.
Yeah. So, good afternoon to all. Shall I start, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Right. Good afternoon to all. I would like to thank the sentence management, especially to Dr. Venugopal sir for choosing me as a speaker for today's seminar. The national seminar is. So the topic is I'm going to discuss about the nutrigenomics, diet gene interactions. So as we know that, so the people are eating the food, that we can say the nutrition, the diet, and we are having the genetic composition. So that is a genotype. Our we self, we can say it is a genotype. Our genetics is different from your genetics. Mean in the total hall, many are there. All your genetics is not same. Different genes are there. Different genetics is there. But the diet, whatever we are taking, also the different types. Do they have the interaction to decide our phenotype? So regarding this, today we are going to discuss about this one. The photo is our institute, which is located in Tarnaka, Hyderabad. So I welcome all of you to visit. Throughout the year, there is a visiting is there. You can write to the director and along with your students, you can visit us. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Hello. Yeah. So the post lunch, no? Yeah, go back, please. So this is a post lunch, the session. All you know, I kept here all the fruits and vegetables. The message we give is always to eat the seasonal fruits and vegetables. What NN says, be healthy. For that, we can get only the minerals and vitamins, the plenty, which is available. It is given by the nature. That is in the fruits and vegetables. That is our good health. That's what I want to showcase this about the our institution. I put this slide. Next, please. Next slide. Is it audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, keep on clicking. I can go on. Don't worry for it. Just for every 10 seconds, you can click it. Then I can go. I made my lecture like that. Yeah, this is about the variation is there in the nature. You can see the cob. It is having a different kernels and different colors. Here at the down, we can see that now different colors are there. Genetically, we are all different. In this panmictic population, randomized population, our genetics is not same. Next, please go ahead. Next slide. Is it audible to you?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
But no, please keep on clicking for every 10 seconds. I can speak about 10 to 15 seconds for each slide. Yeah, genetic variation. Why this variation is a question comes for us. Not only that one, the variation is there in the food. You can see the above one at the top where we can see all the foods are there, different type of foods are there. At the down, the variation is happening in the environment also. So there the change is coming. Because of the changes and all, our DNA, which is also affected, then it is giving the effect on the protein. Then we can see how the lifestyle changes are there. Earlier, no, we used to flow, then lot of the physical work was there. Now the machinery, automated things are there. Because of the automated things, we are habituated to work on the under the sun, under the AC and all. So the lifestyle is drastically changing. Of course, that part is there, the component is there, whereas the machinery is entered into that one. So for this mining also, for the flowing also, now machinery is there. So next. Yeah. So then here you can see here the changing lifestyle, or we are adapting or we are going along with. So what is lacking here? It is our lacking of the willpower or the human instinct. I don't want to work. I want to work only on the under the computer, in front of the computer and all. So this is a lifestyle change is happening. The happening is giving the sedentary lifestyle is increasing more. Physical activity is decreasing. Second is the food habits are changing. So we are having the natural foods and all, vegetables and all. Now we can see the processed foods are coming into the market. So we are depending on the processed foods. Next. Next, please. Next. Yeah. So what is happening? So if that is the case, lifestyle is changing, our phenotype also changing. Evolution, we can say, always we can say, we are from the monkey, so our orangutan, whatever it is gone. So this up to the third picture, we can see the slim and good looking and healthy looking. Now the last one, which is holding the some cup in the hand. So that is obese. The phenotype is totally changed. How it is changed? Because of, we can see that no genotype and the environment both are acting together. Our phenotype is decided by that. So the calorie-rich foods we are taking, lack of the physical activity, do they have the impact on our genetics? Is a question comes. Or vice versa. Do the genetics is deciding your lifestyle? The changing of the habits are deciding your phenotype. Next. Next slide. Some problem? Next slide, please. Hello. Hello. Can you change the slides? So here the causes, the genetic causes of the obesity. So we can see here the genetics is playing a role. Yes, we know that the rat, we can see this is a genetically mutant one. The changing of the genetics is the totally changed the phenotype of the rats. We can define it. Yes, it is a genetic defect. Because of the defect, it is happening. So that genetics is there, genetic defect is there. So because of that is happening. Mean the genotype also decides your obesity. These are called genetically obese rats. So that genetically obese, healthy things are there. Other obesity is called diet gene interaction. And your diet is deciding your obesity, your phenotype. In this case, we can say yes, genetics is decided, it is a defined thing. Next. Here we can see maybe a one gene could be the reason or the many genes could be the reason for your phenotype. Next, please. Please go ahead for every 10 seconds or 15 seconds, keep on changing. No need to wait for me. Yeah, so then we can see here, are we taking the balanced diet where the mismatch is coming on that? So that is a malnutrition or the undernutrition or the overnutrition. Several questions are there. Do the changing of this nutrition and the high calories are changing the our genotype? So one is that genetic defect is there. That is a known mutation or polymorphism which is giving that. The second cause is that do the diet is influencing your gene expression? So that no, the gene is same, but because of the high calorie diets, which is playing a role in that, which is giving the signal to your body, accordingly your gene is expressing. The expression of the gene is having some impact on that. So that the change of the gene expression is one, second is a mutation or polymorphism. Next. So where it is happening all the changes? At that your childhood level or at your adult level or when you are in the womb. When you are in the mother womb, do that playing? Yes, if that is the case, what is happening? So that no, in the womb, not only that one, in our body, whatever we are eating, our gut microbe also a playing role. So that whom we have to blame here? So we have to play the nutrition or the genetics or the environment or your gut microbe. So the togetherness of all these things are deciding our phenotype. Next. So the diet is playing a role in different ways. Next. So there we can see if that is happening. So what? So happening of these things, it is giving the signals are playing a role in this one. Different signals are playing in your hypothalamus, your gut, your liver, your muscle, and every place it is playing a role. So we can see this one, which is temporary or permanent. Permanent is called, we can say, genetic mutation. When temporary things comes because of the high calorie diets and high load of that one, You can see the fur color of this one. You can see from the, so left to right. The right one is called the black color is there, normal color. The left one is a yellow color. Because of the B12 deficiency, the deficiency of that one, the fur color is changed, that turned into the yellow and become obese. Even in that identical twins, the twins are there. If you change the food for them, any deficient food are there, high calorie food is there, that will decide their phenotype. When the deficient food is there, the rats are same genetically, but B12 deficiency is led to become the yellow one and obese one. So natural one, normal one is the, which is a brown and normal in the size. So that your phenotype is decided by the both. Now to know this one, yes, diet and gene are playing the role. This is called the diet gene interaction. So this diet gene interaction is having the significant role in the this one. Decide of our phenotype. So it is depending on the person to person. Your genetics is different, my genetics is different. Your food is different, my food is different. But both are playing a role. This is what no diet gene interaction can influence the individual population for the development of the disease or health. That is depending of that what we are eating is a matter for us. Gene nutrient interactions are the complex and hard to predict. What food is giving, how it is changing mean, so that if you systematically go for it, you can. Nutrigenetics comes into the matter. The nutrigenetics is the effect of the genetic variation and the dietary response, where the nutrigenomics is a science that affects the nutrients and the bioactive compounds. When a bioactive compound is there, gene expression will change. So that is called nutrigenomics. So that no diet is playing a role in that one to your gene expression. Your protein will change. Where the nutrigenetics is a genetic cause. We can say type 1 diabetes is there. Type 1 diabetes is because of the defect in the your genes. So that no, there is no production of the insulin. Insulin gene defect is there. Nutrigenomics mean in that we can see. So where your diet, type 2 diabetes. Type 1 is a genetic defect. Type 2 diabetes, because of your diet and all, it is triggering somewhere and it is killing your production of the your insulin. So that there is a mismatch will come, the person will become the obese. So that after that he will develop into the diabetes. So that two ways are there. One is called genetic defect, the type 1, and second one is the type 2, that is because of the diet gene interaction. So diet is playing a role in that, giving the signal to your body to develop the disease or decide your health. Next. So there we can see, yes, what is happening in the body. All we know the story of that. This is a change is coming in the DNA. Where it is coming in the DNA change? A change is coming in the DNA, your nucleotides. In the nucleotide, any change will come. We can say it is a variation in the gene. Whereas when the change is now this one, do that affect your genetic variation? Yes. Because SNP is one, down we can show that one. Second one is a gene expression one. Gene expression is changing. The changing of the gene expression is having impact on your phenotype. A down one is called genetic defect. The up one is called gene variation and gene expression. Next. So what is happening for the gene expression change? I am taking the high calorie food, you are taking the low calorie food. One is taking the B12 deficiency, one is a vitamin deficient, D deficiency, or vitamin A deficiency is there. These are all cofactors. Those cofactors are playing a role to influence your transcription factor. Wherever the transcription factor is binding with the methyl groups, so binding of that one, it is not allowing your DNA to express. The top one is expressing normally. When methyl group is binding a down one, we can see there is no expression of the gene. There is no expression of the gene. There is no protein. There is no protein, effects comes. To take example of the diabetes only. Because of the binding of the methyl group. One cause is a genetic defect, SNP. Second cause is the methyl group is binding on your transcription factor. It is not allowing the expression the gene. So that that may stop the expression of your insulin gene. So that there is no enough of the production of the insulin. So the mismatch comes to glucose versus the insulin, they will become the diabetic. So in the type 2, I am taking one example of the diabetes where it is changing. So first that leads to the obesity to the development of the type 2 diabetes. So this is where this DNA methylation is playing a role. It is a temporary effect, epigenetic effect. When you go for the regular exercise, when you change in your food habits, the methyl group may arrive. Again, it will be erased. The chance of occurrence is there. We can revert it. Next. So then we can see how the epigenetics are happening in this to give you that methylation is taking place. So keep on clicking, madam. So the epigenetic alterations are happening in the genome. In that we can see the genome is having, it is made up of by the double helix. So we can see the scaffold structure. In that we can see the proteins are there. Histone proteins are binding. Histone proteins are undergoing for the phosphorylation, acetylation, amylation. These are the things are there in that. So ubiquitination, these are all there. When we come for the DNA, on the DNA we can say the methyl group is playing a role in that one. The binding of the methyl group will play an important role. So the B12 are, so that some of the groups which are playing, for that the binding of that can have the influence on that one. So the transcription factor, when it is binding, there is no protein production. Next. So that, so come to the point, sir, what you did for it one? So we designed the work for it. We worked on the animal models. The rat model, the rat we selected. Why? Many animal models are there. The rat, the visitor rat physiology is very closer to the human physiology. That's what we selected the rat model. In this, what we have given the high calorie diets to the animals. In that animals, what we did is we have taken the genetically different animals and the high calorie food we have to given for that one. Mean genetics is varying, the caloric food is same. When we are giving the high calorie food, so the genetics is the one part, epigenetics is called environmental part. Both are playing is called the interplay, that is deciding your phenotype. To development of this one, is it true or not in the population? So for that normal rats, we have given the control diet for the group, high fat diet for the group. High fat diet is, high calorie diet is coming from the either from the fats or from the carbohydrates or the mix. So we have taken like that the 4 groups. One is a calorie control group, normal food we give. Second one, we are giving to the high calorie diet, which is coming from the fats. Third is coming from the carbohydrates. Third is coming from the mix of the fats and as well as the carbohydrates. Next, please. So then we have the question: the study effect of the high calorie diet on that one. Do really is having the effect on the environment? We can see the results. The fasting glucose levels are there. It is increased in that. Where it is increased in high fat group, it is increased a lot when compared to the control groups. So that the fasting glucose levels are increased, and also the fasting insulin levels also increased to mismatching of that one. So whereas it has to look into that, so that it is giving, yes, increasing the glucose, it's satisfied by the increasing insulin. So some extent it can protect. After that, then it will become obese and it leads to the diabetic. Next, where it is happening only in the Vista rats, WNN rats, but in the case of Fisher rats, it is not happening. Genetically, two are variant, Vista rats and the Fisher rats. We can see adiponectin, which is protecting us. That is very low in the case of the Vista rats, WNN rats. Whereas in the Fisher, it is having the more lemon. Mean it is having some protecting effect. So the adiponectin levels are having some protection in the Fisher, not in the Vista. Where we come for the here leptin, so the leptin levels are more increased in this one. The satiety levels are increased in that. It is consumption is the more in the case of the Fisher rat. After some time, it has become the resistant to that one. So that no, it is not working. So that they are keep on eating. So that the triggering with the high calories, the WNN rat has become, so it is having the more prone to the effect of that one. Whereas the Fisher rat is not having any effect. So the ratio, when we can see also, the ratio is very less in the case of the WNN rats, Vista rats. So WNN mean Vista. In the F344 mean Fisher rat. So in Fisher rats, the ratio is more in the case of the high fat and all when compared to this one. So that effect is there at some extent. It is having the protection effect in the Fisher rats, not in the Vista rats. Next. Next, please. So same way we can see HOMA-IR. The HOMA-IR also we calculated. The HOMA-IR levels of insulin resistance levels, we can see it is a more in the case of the high fat group given to the WNN rats, but nothing is happening for the Fisher rat. The genetics of the Fisher is having some extent and resistant to whatever the high calories we are giving. But whereas Fisher is not having that one. HOMA, beta also it is increased in the case of the Vista rats, not in the Fisher rats. So that insulin sensitivity levels of index is decreased in the case of Wistar rats, but insulin sensitivity is the more in the case of Fisher rats. So that we can see when we are triggering with the high calorie diets, when we are giving this one, so the homeostasis assessment of this one, we can see that is insulin sensitivity is decreased in this case of that develop the insulin resistance. For that, it will develop the obesity in the Wistar rats. These are the primary stages of our results. Next. Then we can see what we calculated here. The regulation of the glycolysis. Do that is affecting any cycles? Yes, high calorie environment is in genetically different rat strains. Yes, it is having the effect. Glycolysis is affected more in the case of the Wistar in where high calorie given groups. HF mean high fat given one, HFS mean high fat and high sugars. That is mean carbohydrates. So both we can see glycolysis levels are decreased in this case of this one. Pyruvate kinase levels also decreased, which are playing the role in this case of the your glucose metabolism. That glucose metabolism is hampered in the case of this case of the Wistar rats, but it is not happening in the case of the Fisher rats. Next. Then gluconeogenesis. So the gluconeogenesis also we can see here some of the genes where we can see yes when compared to this one either PGPCR the levels are increased in the case of the which is not the good sign for it. So then we can see here some of the genes which are down regulated, some of the genes are upregulated. The differential expression of this one because of the high calorie diets is playing a role that is impacting more. It is showing the more impact in the case of the genotype of the Wistar is more prone to the development of the obesity, not in the case of the Fisher. Next. Next, please. So then we can see here how the insulin signal. Next, please go ahead. Before slide, insulin signaling. Insulin. You are going front. I am asking to go little before. Yeah, yes. Little more. Little more. Before the slide, before. Not the after, before. ముందుకెళ్ళండి. You are going back, madam. Yeah, next slide. Yes. Glycolysis. Next slide. Next. Yes. Here we can see insulin signaling is clearly demonstrating that the mRNA expression of the key regulatory elements are dysregulated. This is we can see in that OMA higher levels and all higher values of this. Next, madam, we are going front again. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, we can see here how the AKT pathway and GLUT4, these are all affected. To summarize that one, summary, go to summary, madam. Click and wait for some time. So it is taking slow, your things. So here you can see studies shown that adiponectin level and the leptins are exhibit that anti-diabetic effect some extent. After that, the Wistar is becoming obese. The regulation is disturbed in that. Here in WNN, we can see the hyperleptinemia. I mean, leptin resistance is developed in this one. The condition in the high calorie environment is which is hampering that energy expenditure levels are decreased in the case of the WNN. So decreased adiponectin leptin ratio, higher scores of HOMA IR, HOMA beta and AUC glucose, and they are all in the beta dysfunction and the altered glucose homeostasis in the case of the WNN. But these are all not happening in the case of Fisher. The Fisher is no such altered glucose homeostasis and insulin sensitive was observed under the influence of the high calorie environment. Next. So high calorie environment is giving the impact of the genotype of the WNN only, not the Fishers. So how it is having the impact on the lipid? So what we studied on the glucose metabolism, can we see in the lipid homeostasis? Does it affected anything? Next. Yes, we saw that one, not only the glucose pathway, also in the lipid pathway. In the lipid pathway also we can see, in this case, when that also high calorie environment from which is coming from this one, the lipid metabolism also affected only in the Wistar rats. We can see the triglyceride levels are increased a lot in the case of the Wistar, which is a total cholesterol levels we can see, and HDL cholesterol levels. In the control it is more, but whereas in others it is decreased. I mean HDL is good for, so where it can protect, but it is, whereas it is control, it is increased. When high fat high calorie diet, it is decreased. The good cholesterol is gone down in the case of the Wistar rats, but Fisher is not having any effect on that one. So that no HDL cholesterol and total cholesterol levels and the ratio of the HDL-C to the total cholesterol were significantly decreased in the high calorie diet fat groups in the WNN, but is not having any impact on that Fisher 344, F344, which is comparable. Next. Next, madam. So, can we see anything histopathologically is affecting? So, liver is affected by because of this one. Yes, we did the histopathology. In histopathology also we see the droplets we can see in this one. In WNN, high fat and high fat sucrose diet we have given significantly higher levels of the liver weights are increased, where it was also in the Fisher it is a comparable, so that now it showed the increased vacuole levels. So the size of the adipose size is increased, the number of the adipose numbers are increased, so that no, it is more impacted the liver tissue in the case of the Wistar WNN, not in the Fisher. Next. So we can see very clearly when compared to the control, how they are all changed in the high fat diet and also in the high fat high sucrose diets. Next. So hepatic lipid metabolism in higher, before slide, before. Yeah. Can you go, madam, bit fast here? You are clicking, keep on clicking. For every 10 seconds I am asking. Please go before that one. You are coming to the summary. No, madam. Going after. Don't click fatafat. Little head. Mundudi. Little head. Yeah. No, here next slide you are showing. Before this. Yeah, push it. Before this. Yeah, this is where we can show it one. So there. So then we can see here how it is happening. Next one. Next, please. There we can see how the liver is affected. Next one. There the how the size of the adipose is increased in the liver case, liver cell cycle. On this one here in the hepatic tissue, we can see all this. These are the genes which are associated with the beta oxidation of the AOCX2 gene and all. The differential expression, these levels are decreased in the case of the Wistar only, not in the Fisher. So that beta oxidation of this one is decreased in the case of the WNA, not in the case of the Fisher. Fisher is not affected by the high calorie diets, even in the lipogenesis and also lipid oxidation. So lipid pathway is not affected much in the Fisher, but whereas in Wistar, it is affected and significantly down regulated the genes which are playing the role. Next. So then we can see high calorie environment only in WNN developed the dyslipidemia and fatty liver, and which is there increased the plasma triglycerides and the decreased the good cholesterol, that is called HDL cholesterol levels. So it clearly indicates that the metabolism, lipid metabolism is altered in the case of the WNAN, which led to the development of the obesity and obesity related comorbidities like diabetes. In this study, we showed that high calorie diets are modulated the regulation of the lipid metabolism, promoting the increased hepatic lipogenesis and decreased fatty acid oxidation significantly. So then in the case of the fisher, these are all not happened. So then next, to summarize all these things, we showed in the schematic diagram where we can see all these things, WNN versus the fisher. We can see very clearly how these are all impacted, whatever we discussed so far. So there we showed in the schematic representation in the figure form. Next. So then, to conclude this one, the present study clearly demonstrated that WNN is more prone to that. The WNN genotype, the genetics of the WNN is more prone to the development of the obesity and high calorie diet conditions. High calorie environment is having, the diet gene interaction is playing a role, and epigenetic signals are playing a role. It is giving the methylation for that one. So that we can see what you eat is what you are. You are looking, your phenotype is like that. Because of that, whatever you are eating, it is deciding your phenotype. This work is appeared in the 2 journals, that is in the Nature Scientific Reports, and also we published in the Steroid Journal. Next. Next slide. So does that no calories are taking is one place. If you cut down the calories, what is happening? Sir, I am becoming the obese. I am more obese. Can we cut down the calories? You want to cut down the calories? What do you want to cut down? You want to cut down the protein or lipid or carbohydrate? When you want to cut down? How much you want to cut down? So many questions are there. So we started working on that. Where we many studies are on that one. No, preconceptional people are female will not eat properly because of the nausea and problems. Do the culprit also the male? So when you are cutting the calories, in the pre-conception, in the case of the male also having the impact on the children. So we worked on that area. So we showed that calories are cutting as you wish is not good for the health. It will decide your health. Next. So that we studied on the pre-conceptional diet and its impact on that one. So where we can see, because of that, the birth weights are decreased in the animals. So that calorie cutting down is having the more impact on their children, their pups. In animal model, we can call it as a offspring. The metabolic disorders are happening in the early ages of that one. Childhood obesity is happening at that one. So that the calories are cutting before the conception is having the role in the case of the children phenotype, the children health. So male offspring and female offspring of this one gained the more weight after weaning. This shows the pattern of premature births of children born to the small catching of the weight. This is the diet gene interaction. How it is played in this one we studied. Next slide I can show that. Next, the BMI levels are increased. There we can see fat free mass is increased and all. So in this we can say DMNT1 and all methyl groups which are taking the methyl groups and keeping on that transcription factors and all. So DNMT1, DNMT3A, DNMT3B, these are all playing a role. So that these expressions we studied in this one, yes, because of the methyl groups which are playing, because of the cutting of the calories, maybe the high calorie diets. So those are allowing the epigenetic effect on that one. So the diet gene interaction plays here. It is not allowing the gene to express. So that it is not allowing the important proteins for that. So cutting of the calories are impacting on that one. If that is going for the next generation, we can say it is called imprint. So where, how much you want to cut, 50% or 40%? We worked on the both. So the 50% calorie cut in has given the more detrimental effect. So it has given a lot of loss for the person who is cutting and also their pups. Whereas the 40% is having the moderate impact on that one. So it is suggestible that don't cut down the calories as you wish. So is a sense of the good dietitian or the doctor, where 50% calories which are more have impact on the health and weight loss strategies for this one. So that the study suggests that long-term moderate and calorie restriction may contribute to the increased lifespan by the mitigating the risk of the associated with the age-related diseases. So that cutting of the calories or high calorie diet both are playing a role in the diet gene interactions. The study underscores the regulation of the energy sensing pathways, where SIRT1 we studied, AMPQ pathway we studied, FGF21 pathways we studied. How these are all pathways are impacted on the your body metabolism and metabolic disorder. Next. 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 Hello. Next slide, please. Yeah, I don't know, something wrong. So the present study very clearly says, so that where we can see all these things, no, how these pathways are impacting other. Here we showed in this one, SIRT1 pathway, inflammation is increased and lipid beta oxidation is increased and lipogenesis is decreased. We can see the fatty liver, then we can see all these glucose and insulin levels are there decreased in this case of this one. So that increasing of the longevity is there. In the case of other way, we can see cutting the calories and calorie restriction is maybe useful for the lifespan increasing, but whereas in the case of the pre-conceptional diet, it is not good for health. So recently we published this work in the lipids and health and metabolism. Then we can go through the health and disease. So you can go through those papers where we can see that certain pathway is affected on this one. I am showing only one pathway here. I am not showing the AMP pathway and the FGF21. How these are all impacted on the calorie cutting down and how it is the gene diet interactions. Next. So that to take home message, so tell that one, maybe the every failure, it may not be the end for that one. We can see. So then we can see you cannot change your future, but you can change your habits, and surely your habits will change your future. In the genetically, we can say that one, yes, changing of your food habits and all definitely have the impact on your genetics and also deciding your health or disease. Next. So then, whether to stop, sir, it is impossible, sir, to stop it one. That willpower is there with you. Whatever you want, all power is within you. You can do anything and everything. So that nowadays Swiggy, Zomato, all the things are there, sir, ready-made foods are there, processed foods are there. Can we control all these things? That is your mind. So that no, so diet is playing a role. So aharam arogyam. The Sanskrit when saying is there very clear. So what you eat is that decides your health and your disease. Next. So here it is my group head down. So my colleagues there, we can see the group which worked and we contributed. So thanks to the NN and ICMR and NIH and UK GCR for my funding and all. So I can say the word is that no, keep eating the seasonal fruits and vegetables, keep on walking and do the physical exercise. Activity is very much important. So what you eat is what you are. So and also to give a message for that one, Swachhata ke liye ek kadam. So whenever you find the time, please plant a plant. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Any questions from the participants?
I can video, we can stop it, madam. Video, we can stop. Maybe voice may be clear. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, we would like to present this. Sir, are you there? Are you audible?
Yeah, very feeble voice, very feeble.
Sir, I would like to present this memento.
Not audible, please.
So we would like to present this memento. Kindly accept the virtual memento. We will pass it on to you.
Yeah, post lunch. I'm sorry. Next time I may come to you college. Due to some emergency work, I have to come to some function, social gathering. Yeah.
Pass it on to you, sir. Thank you so much for taking out time from your busy schedule and giving us some great insights.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, can I take leave, madam? Bye.
Yes. Thank you so much. So much. Yes, I would like to share that all the conference proceedings will be in the souvenir today. And today I'm delighted to tell that we are releasing our souvenir here amongst all of you. And for that, I would like to call upon Dr. Jani, Ms. Fani Kumari, Assistant Professor, Ms. Hannah Jessie, ma'am, and then all the dignitaries who join. And we need all the faculty from the Departmental. Let's go now. I would like to request Jani ma'am to kindly scroll. A big round of applause. We find all the content proceeding in the zone. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Now, I'd like to go. So many participants like so. Go for it. Now I would like to call Ms. Fani Kumari, Assistant Professor of Nutrition, to kindly present short and memento as a token of gratitude to Dr. Jani for taking out the relevant information wonderful insight. Girls. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. May I now request Dr. Jani to kindly give away the memento to the organizing team. Jani ma'am and Rohita ma'am for wonderful. Hard work for years, and we wish that it will continue. We are accepting this, and due to some unavoidable conditions, she cannot be among us. So we are accepting on her behalf. So all round of congratulations to all the members of the Department of all the students who are present here in the evening. Thank you so much. All the volunteers. Thanks to Khushbu ma'am. Been energetic because of the presence of Khushbu and Rohan. And Husna, Noor, and all the volunteers, Sabina, and all of the audience, the committee who are standing in being given red alert. Our judges are still there at the poster and oral presentation, especially for master students. Oral presentation is being done with, research works. Those who have not done the research work but have done the review article are given poster presentation. And I would like to request Patricia to judge the posters. And for judging the posters, you would to raise up with a memento. Swapna ma'am, Professor Department of Genetics, who is judging posters along with Venugopal sir. So for that, also we have got mementos, but because you will disperse, I'm just announcing. And we have Nida ma'am and Nasreen ma'am who are judging the oral presentations. So I will convey the questions to them. Thank you. Girls, last 2 minutes. You have been a great audience, I must say. Weather is beautiful. Whether we got a red alert or what, but it's raining outside. So you will be even refreshed after seeing. So as we draw this fruitful day to close, we will now begin the validity session of this conference. A moment to reflect, thank, and look forward. I would like to invite Ms. Hannah Jessie Francis C., Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, to report for Good afternoon, everyone. I am Hannah Jessie Francis. Have the honor of delivering the vote of thanks for today's program. On behalf of Departments of Nutrition and Genetics at St. Anne's College for Women, it is my privilege to extend a warm vote of thanks to all who have contributed to making today's one-day international conference on next-gen nutrition, integrating nutrigenetics and sustainability a resounding success. First and foremost, we express our deep gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Dr. UN Das, physician, scientist, and CEO of UND Life Sciences USA. Dr. Jani, founder IOM, Professor at the Department of Genetics, Ecology and Evolution, ICB, Federal University of Minas Gerais, Brazil, and Dr. Rajendra Rao, Scientist F, and Head of the Animal Facility at ICR, National Institute of Nutrition, for sharing their invaluable knowledge, research insights, and forward-looking perspectives. Your contributions have truly enriched our understanding and of nutrigenetics, nutrigenomics, and sustainable nutrition practices. We extend heartfelt thanks to our principal, Dr. Sister A. Jani, for her constant encouragement, vision, and leadership in fostering an environment where academic excellence and innovation thrive. Our sincere appreciation also goes to the teams and management of St. Anne's College for Women for their unwavering support in organizing this academic endeavor. We also acknowledge our collaborators from the Institution of Nutrigenetics, Coimbatore, whose partnership has been instrumental in bringing this event to fruition. A special word of appreciation to Dr. Sri Kala ma'am, Dean Academic IQAC Coordinator, Ms. Nasrin Beg, HOD, Department of Nutrition, and Dr. V. Venugopal for opening remarks and introductions. This set the tone for an engaging and impactful day. I would also like to take a moment to thank our coordinators, Ms. YB Panikumari, Assistant Professor, Department of Genetics, Ms. Richa Bridges Fatima, Assistant Professor, the dedication and hard work in making this event a grand success. I would also take a moment to thank the organizing team, Ms. Shimaila, Dr. with student coordinators and volunteers for their unwavering support. With a special mention to Dr. Nida Hazari for her support and along with other sponsors. Our appreciation also goes to the technical team and Mr. Jagdishwaran sir for their seamless execution for both online and offline sessions, and to the non-teaching staff for their valuable support in logistics and arrangements. Finally, to our delegates, participants, and presenters, both oral and post-oral, thank you for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and for making this conference a vibrant platform for learning and collaboration. As we conclude, let us carry forward the spirit of innovation, research, and sustainability that guide us our discussions today. Thank you. Let us now raise for the national anthem. Now, I would like to request Dr. Jani kindly grace Nasreen ma'am by presenting a memento for judging the presentation. Jani ma'am, kindly present the memento. Dr. Nida Hazari for judging the presentation. We are here with the results for the best oral and best poster presentations. Hold your breath. Guys, still the okay. Let us finish. All the people who have done the oral presentation are present here. Yes, ma'am. Oh. I would like to announce regarding this prizes for oral and oral presentation have been sponsored by Dr. Khushbu Vyas. So first prize, only prize for oral presentation that goes for any guesses, girls, participants, those who have participated in the oral presentation, any guesses? Okay, here it goes. Culture erosion on the plate. College, PG, Santosh Nagar, Hyderabad. Give a round of yeah, that's all. One more time, when we can check the wait, we have to wait for some more time. Okay, now let us have some reflections from the participants. Reflections from the participants, please. You have to speak, otherwise there is not going to be any other event now. Chalo, jaldi, jaldi. Raise your hand, not you. Reflection, yes. Please give honest reviews, reflections for today's conference. Yes, girls. Whichever section you have, right, you can give a reflection. Any takeaways, questions, suggestions? What else you would want to learn? Was the conference app? Are there any things you all felt that we could have added on? Please let us know. Come on, this is your time now. Speak up. Bella? Okay, wait. You don't want to take photos with us? You don't want to wait. We finish our photos, then you all can join us. We take photos, then you all can leave after national. Okay? Announcement. The The feedback form links have been shared to your WhatsApp group for ION conference, and you can give your feedback through Google Meet. Okay. Okay, guys. Let us all rise for national anthem. Also, raising for the result. After national anthem, we all should even keep the picture, then you leave. The poster presentees have to stay. Is that clear? I request everyone to kindly stand straight for national anthem. Perfect. Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, India, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchchal, Taranga, Tava Shubha Naame Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mange, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha, Janagan Mangaladayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He, Jaya Jaya. Yeah. Okay, that's best. In between, we will just say all of you come forward. Okay. Please close the door.
You'll have to go somewhere on the back. Go to the back. Good. This one is another field.
Girls. Hold. Yeah. All trained. Beautiful. Bye.